Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our guest chaplain, Doug Hinkle.
Please join me in prayer. Our Father in heaven, thank you for the privilege of coming before your throne this afternoon as we seek your direction for and blessing upon the deliberations of the Kansas Senate. I pray that you would cause a bond of common purpose to unite this body, and that you would bring about reconciliation and healing to any relationships that are not as you would have them to be. May there be good, honest, and open communication. May we, as your word directs us to do, speak the truth in love. I ask that you give each member a positive attitude, that you would fill this chamber with your spirit of hope in anticipation of what you will do in and through this body today for your glory and the betterment of all Kansas. Grant us a sense of priority. Give us the ability to separate the important from the unimportant, the critical from the trivial, the vital from the insignificant, the eternal from the temporary. Give us vision. Show us what can be and ought to be done and how to achieve it. These challenges can appear overwhelming, the solutions elusive. Yet we know that you, O Lord, the ultimate statesman, have the resolution to every obstacle. So we look forward with great anticipation to seeing your Holy Spirit move in this Senate as differences are resolved and satisfactory solutions are achieved to your glory and for the benefit of our state. I ask this all in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Please remain standing for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On a point of personal privilege, Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg. Where is he?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Joel Edmondson and his wife, Cheryl, from Eureka, Kansas. If they please stand. Joel has been a competing member of the Professional Rodeo Cowboy Association for more than 25 years and is a PRCA Gold Card member. He's a 5-time national finalist rodeo qualifier, 1983 world champion steer wrestler. We could probably use him here in a little bit when we get ready to do the budget. 1988 runner-up world champion steer wrestler, a 5-time Prairie Circuit steer wrestling champion, a four-time Dodge National Circuit Finals champion steer wrestler. 1988, the Dodge National Circuit's Finals champion steer wrestler. And then he won the presidential rodeo held for President Reagan, and he met President Reagan and Western novelist Louis L'Amour. He was an outstanding athlete in football and wrestling at the high school level, who also played football at Coffeyville Community College and Emporia State. For over 25 years, he ran steer wrestling schools across the country and has served on the Kansas High School Rodeo Association Board and the Eureka Professional Rodeo Committee. Inducted into the National Rodeo Hall of Fame on November 8, 2025 at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum. Mr. Edmondson is the people like you that makes us all proud to call Kansas our home. Fellow senators, let's show Joel our congratulations and give him and his wife, Cheryl, a warm welcome to the Kansas Senate.
Welcome to the Kansas Senate. It's an honor to have you guys with us today. Page introductions. Chair recognizes a senator from Jackson, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 5 pages here with me today, and they're all from Valley Heights High School in beautiful Waterville, Kansas. Dino Contini, Everson Parker, Abigail Thorne, Cadence Pearson, and Lawson Stryker. Welcome to the Senate.
All right, please note references of bills and appointments on page 1 and 2 of the calendar. This time, I'm withdrawing Senate Bill 454 from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, referring to the Committee on Judiciary. I'm also withdrawing Senate Bill 513 from the Committee on Public Health and Welfare and referring to the Committee on Ways and Means. Withdrawing Senate Concurrent Resolution 1620 from the Committee on Education, referring to the Committee on Government Efficiency. Please see the March 3rd Journal for the following: an executive order from the governor. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution Number 1727 by Senators Argabright and others. A resolution congratulating and commending the 2026 Kansas Master Teachers who have long served the profession and exemplify the outstanding qualities of earnest and conscientious teachers.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I start in on our master teachers, the Edmondson's family are special people to this great state of Kansas. And while we're recognizing teachers, Cheryl, I think they're behind me, Mr. President, was a teacher for, or maybe still is a teacher, but an outstanding teacher. And the remarks about Joel, you want him on your side on the budget? Yeah, you do. Great people, and I just want to say congratulations again to them and thank her for teaching. Mr. President, it is my honor on behalf of 480,000 students in our public school classrooms in this great state of Kansas to introduce to you some truly outstanding teachers who are masters of their craft. Master is the operative word here. These teachers standing before you know how to create an exceptional learning experience for students to carry with them throughout their life. They are outstanding teacher leaders in their buildings. They are admired for their unique and innovative classroom instruction, and they are fully engaged in their communities. Emporia State University established the Kansas Teacher Awards in 1954. The awards presented annually to teachers who have served the profession long and well and are simply the best of the best. These are remarkable educators who love what they do and are passionate about making a positive difference in the lives of our young people. Please hold your applause until the end after all master teacher introductions. It is our honor to introduce the 2026 Kansas Master Teachers of the Year, who are from all across this great state. Would Emily please stand? Emily Chandler, a 5th grade teacher at Fort Riley Elementary, is a true team player who communicates and collaborates with all staff members regardless of their role within the building, fostering a positive and supportive school culture. Emily also volunteers to lead professional development sessions at Fort Riley Elementary, generously sharing her knowledge and helping her colleagues grow professionally. Beyond the classroom, Emily is actively involved in the school community, assisting with student council and volunteering her time to support a local soccer program. Her husband serves this great nation at Fort Riley. Emily Chandler is a teacher that goes above and beyond for her students and coworkers. She will help out wherever needed and gives 110%. We are so lucky to have such a caring individual on our staff. That was from your principal. Congratulations, Emily. I yield to the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Dr. Heather Hall please stand? And it's my honor to get to introduce the body to Dr. Hall. So she kind of took an unusual path, she would say, starting as a PhD in genetics and cell biology. She became an assistant clinical professor at Washington State University. But there, she thought it was her dream job, right? But within months, she realized something was missing because she only knew truly a few of the students by name. She didn't know who they were. And she felt something was missing, and she found that lack of connection and feedback left her feeling something essential was really missing from her role as teacher. So that realization led her to make what she would call one of the best decisions of her life, and that was to teach high school. So she comes to us as a teacher at Blue Valley West High School. It's the rival school of where my kids went to high school, but it's just down the road, and we appreciate what she has done there. Over time, as her role as a high school teacher has grown, she sees it as the role of an architect, right? While architects design buildings, she would tell you teachers design learning experiences that give students the foundation, like an architect would, to grow. So she wants her students to learn how to learn. She wants them to leave class not only smarter, but more confident, curious, and kind. And she believes teachers are architects, not just of knowledge, but of character. And I think you'll hear from these comments from her principal, Dr. Katie Bonema, that she agrees as well. So the principal says, we appreciate her work as an honors biology teacher, and she creates personalized learning experiences that challenge students to think deeply and perform at their highest level. And from our Blue Valley superintendent, Dr. Gillian Chapman, she says Dr. Hall really lives out the philosophy that confidence is built through challenge. That through Dr. Hall's mentorship, students learn not only academic content, but also resilience, perseverance, and belief in their own abilities. And isn't that kind of what we want for all kids, Mr. President? Dr. Chapman says that Dr. Hall helps young people develop the confidence to learn, grow, and overcome obstacles. So it's my great honor to congratulate Dr. Heather Hall on becoming a Master Teacher 2026. Thank you for being here. And with that, then, I yield to the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens. I'm sorry, I yield to the senator from Riley, Senator Starnes. Apologize.
Senator from Riley, Senator Starnes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Senator. I have the honor to introduce to you the 30th Master Teacher in USD 383 Manhattan's illustrious history. And if Dr. Casey Avey would please stand up. She's a 8th grade social studies teacher at Susan B. Anthony Middle School in Manhattan, Ogden School District. Her superintendent, Eric Reed, and speaking of her, said she is great. I cannot echo that any further. I've been involved with her and her principal at several of their events, and just as lively as her outfits and her smile, that is very sincere. What she does with 8th grade students is amazing. She's able to teach students about real life scenarios, interviews, how to handle yourself at a dinner party, how to introduce yourself, how to show strength in what you're about, all the different things that she does, and speaks so well of her and what she's accomplished. It's amazing. You go into the school and you try to get close to her, she's surrounded by 14 different kids, all asking, all wanting to be able to receive anything they can from her. So it is with great honor and pleasure that I get to present this award to you, Dr. Casey Avey. With that, I go ahead and yield my floor to the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could have Ms. Kimberly Tate please stand. I rise today to honor an exceptional educator from Newton, Kansas. Ms. Kimberly Tate of Chisholm Middle School has been named one of the 2026 Kansas Master Teachers. Since 2004, Ms. Tate has faithfully served the students of Chisholm Middle School, and she currently teaches 7th grade math. For more than 2 decades, she has shown what it truly means to be committed to both academic excellence and to student success. Ms. Tate exemplifies excellence in her instruction. Her classroom is a place where high expectations meet genuine care, where students are challenged, they're supported, and encouraged to grow. She plans thoughtfully, reflects intentionally, and works with every student to ensure their needs and understanding and materials are met. One parent wrote in her nomination letter, Mrs. Tate's ability to connect with her students is one of the qualities that makes her an excellent teacher. She makes students feel valued and understood. That ability to build meaningful relationships is at the heart of great teaching. Her impacts extend far beyond the classroom. She's very well known for showing up for her students, not just during the school day, but in the many moments outside the classroom where encouragement and guidance matter the most. She is also a mentor to her colleagues and a positive force in building a strong school culture. Through the years, Ms. Tate has shaped the lives of countless students she has taught. She is truly deserving of the title Master Teacher. When the time is right, please join me in congratulating Kimberly Tate on this well-deserved honor. With that, Mr. President, I yield to the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Michelle Kelly please stand? It's indeed a pleasure that as a former elementary reading teacher that I get to honor this master teacher from Basehor Linwood Schools. Just a comment from her principal who accompanies her today, Jennifer Stoops. She says, Mrs. Kelly is one of those teachers who makes everyone around her better because of her bubbly personality, her passion for education, and her willingness to keep growing as a professional. Others have said Michelle Kelly is truly an exceptional educator. In her role as a reading interventionist, she works to reach her students who require the most intensive and differentiated support. She plans engaging lessons that incorporate meaningful gestures to connect sounds and spellings in the brain, plus memorable sayings to help increase information retention and understanding, and uses consistent routines that help students focus on the act of learning. In her 4 years as the reading interventionist at Glenwood Ridge Elementary, Mrs. Kelly has demonstrated a deep commitment to family and community outreach. She consistently goes above and beyond to build strong, positive connections between school and home. In her first year as the reading interventionist, she created a YouTube channel and produced instructional and informational videos on a weekly basis that were shared through the school newsletter and the Facebook page. These videos provide families with instructional strategies that bridge the gap between classroom instruction and home support. I would now like to pass the mic to Senator Jeff Klemp because we both share the Basehor Linwood school system in our district, and he will take it from here.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Kelly shows a deep commitment to growing as a professional. She regularly seeks out learning opportunities to help her stay abreast of recent educational research and strategies that have a high impact on student learning and achievement. Mrs. Kelly's dedication to professional growth and being a lifelong learner is evident in both her actions and the positive impact it has had on those around her. Mrs. Kelly always has the greater good in mind, which is evident in her dedication to education in and out of the classroom. Mrs. Kelly is an outstanding choice for the Kansas Master Teacher Award. She demonstrates a dedication to education and utilizes her extraordinary teaching abilities to improve the educational atmosphere for all students and families she supports. Mr. President, I yield to the good senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Rachel Tanny please stand? It's an honor to present this award to Ms. Tanny because a lot of the things that go into this type of award and the personalities, and not only that, but just the skill sets that a teacher has to get this award. She checks all the boxes. Her reputation among the schools she's taught at, Heatherstone, Sunnyside, and most importantly, my favorite, Madison Place, all of them speak highly. She has a great reputation with our school district, Olathe, the best school district in the state, in my opinion. I'm a bit biased because I live there. But also amongst her colleagues there, especially at Madison Place. You know how I know that? There's a young sixth grader at Chisholm Trail not too far up the road from my house that told me so because she still talks about Miss Tanny to this day. So it's an honor to present. Reagan Thomas, my daughter, still talks about her impact that she's had on her life, the way she's molded and shaped the minds of these young kids, and not to mention having one of the Thomas kids in her house or in her classroom. That says a lot about her patience and her willingness to work. So Miss Tanny, it's an honor to have you here. Reagan says hello. And I know you saw my wife more at parent-teacher conferences than me because I was working. I apologize. But your impact has been felt throughout not only her, but our entire house, and our whole family loves you. So thank you for what you do. And with that, I will yield the floor to the senator from Lyon County, Senator Argabright.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Mr. President. Love that story. Thank you for that. Would Kathleen please stand up? It's my honor to get to introduce two teachers in my district, north end and the south end of my district. Kathleen Gilliland began teaching at Emporia High School in 2006 and currently teaches honors geometry, trigonometry, principles of algebra and geometry, and robotics. Kathleen's interest in education began while volunteering at an after-school program during her time at Shawnee Heights High School in Topeka. The positive relationships she witnessed there helped inspire her to pursue teaching. She also comes from a family of number people, with both her grandfather and mother serving as math teachers and her father working as a CPA. A lot of background. From your principal, Mr. Fisher. Mrs. Gilliland is an outstanding math teacher at Emporia High School who holds high expectations for all students and ensures they are supported, challenged, and empowered to succeed. She creates an inclusive, engaging classroom environment and connects learning to real-world applications to deepen student understanding. As math department chair and engineering pathway facilitator, she is a respected leader who strengthens instruction, mentors colleagues, positively impacts both students and staff across our school. Congratulations, Kathleen. These are very, very kind words from your administrator. Will all the master teachers please stand? Ladies and gentlemen in the Senate chamber, congratulations to these outstanding educators in Kansas. Let's give the master teachers a warm Senate welcome.
I'll take the motion.
Mr. President, I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and Senate Resolution 1727 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. It's adopted. Welcome to the Kansas Senate. It's an honor to have you guys here with us today. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy Budget Day. I see a lot of envelopes on those desks, so it might be a long one. We'll see. I move the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
All right, body, we will move at a continuing pace. I'm going to pause just momentarily while we wait on the room to clear a little bit. But while we're waiting, I certainly hope we do not break the record that I set for myself in the House when I chaired Committee of the Whole there for 14 and a half hours on a budget. So I'm asking that you not do that to yourselves, but in any event, here we go. The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to substitute for Senate Bill 315. The chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to explain the bill, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of explanations on the bill. I'll try to be somewhat brief, but on a budget, there's always a lot. First, I move we adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Senator. That is correct. You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Sherman, you may continue.
Thank you. This budget here, Senate Bill 315, authorizes $27.8 billion in total spending, including $10.9 billion from the State General Fund. This represents an SGF decrease of $211.2 million compared to the previous approved budget. Looking ahead to fiscal year 2027, the bill allocates $26.8 billion in total spending, including $10.8 billion SGF, marking a 3.4% reduction from fiscal year 26 levels. This budget does not have funding for pay increases, but I want everyone to know how important pay increases are to our state employees. The Senate has worked on a matrix type bill, and we will address the pay at conference. We'd like to get through the bills, get to the end of the conference, and figure out where we're at and how many dollars we can spend on salary increases. So I just wanted everyone to know that up front. On the waterfront in agriculture, the bill maintains a strong commitment to natural resources by providing $41 million from SGF for the State Water Plan Fund, $35 million above the statutory requirement. Additionally, it directs $1.7 million toward conservation districts and $1 million for contamination and remediation. On the education front, K-12 education, this bill on K-12 education fully meets the court-mandated funding levels. It includes an increase of $159 million for the CPI. It increases special education by $5 million, bringing the annual total to $616 million on the special ed. Adopts the fall consensus estimates, which year over year add $118.7 million, and the fiscal year 26, $114 million for fiscal year 27. Higher education, the tiered and non-tiered for community and technical colleges was added $8.8 million, which fully funds that formula. Notable other investments in higher ed. There is a $5 million investment for Kansas State for the nuclear research. There's $5 million to KU Medical Center for dementia and Alzheimer's research. And there is $5 million for aviation research in Wichita. So that's the enhancements for higher ed. Human services,
There were significant increases are directed toward the waiver services, including a 10% reimbursement rate increase for the IDD community. This basically, the increase here, it takes our starting wage from around $14.70 some to a starting wage of $16. And I know everyone in this chamber would agree with me that this is still far, far from being fair. So physical disability and technology assistance waivers, nursing facilities will continue to receive the $20 per resident bed per day, while the state hospitals, we've included $39.2 million for fiscal year 26 and $12 million for fiscal year 27. This is for our traveling nurses. On the mental health side of things, the mental health and nutrition, to alleviate pressures on the state system, the bill provides $20 million in first-year operations costs for the new South Central Mental Hospital and $10 million for inpatient behavioral health, $4 million for community mental health centers. For seniors, an additional $3 million is allocated for Meals on Wheels. A new language ensuring these funds are directed to the meal services. I would mention on here also that the reason the number on the mental health, the $20 million, was discussed a lot in Ways and Means, and it was decided by the committee that January 1st, when that opens, it probably won't be fully staffed. So if it is, then we'll have to add additional funding to that, because this is just partial of opening that facility up. I wanted to mention that the blueprint for literacy, we didn't put any direct fundings in at this time, but there is $2 million in the carryover of that. And the House has $5 million in there, and already talked to them about some type of position on that. Will probably be somewhere in between. So I think they're needing at least $5 million minimum. So public safety, the budget covers operational costs for correctional facilities and salary increases for the highway patrol. It also funds relocation of the highway patrol headquarters across the street. On the regulatory sector, the bill increases support for children's advocacy centers to $4.6 million and provides $3 million for the Pregnancies Compassion Awareness Program, while maintaining existing support for domestic violence prevention of $25.1 million SGF and CASA programs of $1.2 million SGF. And at this time, I would like to, before I take questions, I have a proviso that I would like to ask the Committee of the Whole to look at for the Highway Patrol, and I have turned it in.
So it's an amendment, and it's been turned in, and the amendment number, please.
The number is?
Top right.
My eyes aren't very good here in this dark. 2026-315-3998.
3998. All right, thank you. We'll pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Sherman, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I think I'll have it read and then I will explain it.
All right, the reader will read.
I move to amend substitute for Senate Bill 315 on page 10, following line 24 by inserting F during the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2027, in addition to other purposes for which expenditures may be made by the above agency from monies appropriated from the state general fund or from any special revenue fund or funds for fiscal year 2027 as authorized by this or any other appropriation act of the 2026 regular session of the legislature, expenditures shall be made by the above agency from such monies for fiscal year 2027 to create an interim study committee to review, discuss, and make recommendations for the funding of the Kansas Highway Patrol capital improvement projects, provided that such committee shall be authorized to meet 5 days.
Senator from Sherman, would you explain your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in our committee, it came up this year that the Highway Patrol has plans to build a new headquarters in Salina. And over the last number of years here, we've had different projects, airplanes. We've provided new airplanes to the Highway Patrol and cars and different projects. Anyway, this one here amounts to about $28 million to start with on a facility. And so what this proviso would do, let a group of us get together and make sure that what we do is figure out a funding source. And it may be, you know, a combination of several things. When we were putting the bill together, there was a tag fee of about $4 that goes to the highway department, to KDOT. And I understand that's being used for a lot of different purposes, including mental health. So we thought we better study this before we just, direct something like that. But the idea is like, take a dollar amount like that $14 million, and that would just be dedicated to the Highway Patrol for, property improvements or airplanes or Highway Patrol cars or whatever they deem that they need, and including, a headquarters. And, if we put money in there 1 year, like we put 14, well, then the following year or shortly before that, they could start a project and they would have the $28 million, for example. But what this does, it makes sure that there's a steady revenue fund that the Highway Patrol knows that they have. They still have to get legislative approval to do a project like that, but they would know that. And on the other side of the coin, the KDOT, who's already planned projects for the year, wouldn't have to postpone some of these projects because all of a sudden $28 million that they were using on highway improvements or bridge improvements or something like that were no longer available. So this group would study that and try to come up with a revenue source. Could be highway funds, could be some of this tag funds, could be whatever the committee would come up with. But it would be steady, so the highway, KDOT always knows they've got X amount of money, and so does the Highway Patrol, and one's not impacting the other's projects. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question for the Senator from Sherman would be, what does he think the impact of inflation might be if we delay a capital improvement project and wait till next year?
Senator from Sherman.
Well, it's hard for me to say what the exact impact would be, but if we don't do this and we postpone a highway project, I can tell you it's going to be a lot.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From that answer, I sort of understand that we will probably be facing a cost of inflation, either for that highway project or for a capital improvement project from the Highway Patrol. And I do know that the cost of construction has been going up. Thank you.
Additional questions on the amendment? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to rise in support of this amendment. And I think with the studies we've done and what we've looked at concerning the Highway Patrol, it's a path, a reasonable path forward so we can begin to get the funding for the necessary projects that are ahead. So thank you.
Additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Sherman, you may close on your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Were you finished with your explanation, Senator from Sherman?
Yes, I'm ready for questions.
All right. Questions for the carrier of the bill, Senator from Sherman. Our chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment to the bill, and it is 3984.
Amendment 3984. Pause momentarily, please, while we distribute the amendment. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to explain it.
Go ahead.
We would all agree that mental health is important. In fact, annually in Kansas, we spend $1.2 billion, all funds, on mental health. But we need to evaluate which programs are most effective and which programs maybe have been not as effective as we are looking at how we are spending our funds. There was a pilot program that was developed about 6 years ago, commonly called MHIT, Mental Health Intervention Team, whereby the state contracted with mental health providers, plus an assistant, in public and private schools. Just a few of the public and private schools, it was a pilot program, but as we've learned, there are schools now that are making their own arrangements. The mental health provider, the school has given them a room for them to come in to the school. We spend, depending upon the year, this past year, $13 million on this program. What this bill does is stop this pilot program and take $1 million of that and put that into special ed. And I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Just a clarification, we're taking $1 million away from mental health in our schools and putting it for SPED. If you could clarify that.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Again, this particular program is, I wouldn't call it mental health in schools, in that it is a pilot program for some schools. And as we heard in some testimony, I chaired a mental health interim committee. We heard some testimonies that may not be as effective as was first thought that it would be, but rather than just saying it's time to end this pilot program and put this $6 million in another, sorry, $13 million in another place, I felt, special ed is important. And so then rather than discontinuing this pilot program, we could put the $1 million in special education, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to stand in opposition to this, serving on the conference committee for education for the last several years, and former senator from Miami who worked especially hard on this program. I think trying to take away money that is needed for mental health of our students, even though it is a pilot program, and I think it should be no longer a pilot program, but we have tried to open up flexibility for those schools to use this. So as important as it is to fund SPED, we also need to make sure we are funding mental health for our children.
Additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Body, I would ask you to please be quicker on your feet. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your latitude there. I'm trying to remember here, but isn't this I mean, this is not just a one-year pilot program. This is, could the good senator remind me, is this the one that's been going on for several years and that schools could apply for?
This program has never...
Senator from Johnson.
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This program has never passed through any of our standing committees. It was placed every year. It's replaced in appropriations, and this past year it was put into KDADS. Trying to find a location for it.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you for that. I do believe that we have talked about this program in Senate Ed, but I'm not sure I quite got the answer I was asking for, in that when we talk about a pilot, sometimes that's a 1 year, but this has been going on for several years.
Senator from Johnson.
It's still referred to as a pilot program, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And is this in conjunction with working with our mental health organizations? They're providing the staff to then provide the services in the schools for those children that have been referred by either the social worker or by the counselor. Is this the same program, Senator?
Senator from Johnson.
Mr. Chair, they not necessarily recommendations from a counselor or a social worker. Students can go themselves, and then they would have to get a special permission form filled out from their parents to be able to visit. As I mentioned, what we've discovered is the testimony was there was a school in southeast Kansas that said the state doesn't have to pay anything toward this program. We just arranged with a mental health provider, allowed them an office in our school. They don't pay us, we don't pay them. It's just an arrangement, something additional for our students. There's one school district in the Johnson County area that have partnered with Children's Mercy, for example, and so they have made these private arrangements. And schools are absolutely capable of doing that. This program has not quite been what everybody thought it was going to be. Again, we still just have a few schools that have participated in it. I think the money could be better spent elsewhere, especially considering our investment in mental health in Kansas.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. I do think that this program is an example of one that we, as a legislature, look into, that I now recall that I sat on an interim committee for a whole year that met almost weekly to help establish this opportunity. And so unfortunately what happens is that we start this and then we don't continue with our commitment and expect the funding to come from some other source. Yes, it's great to be looking, and I appreciate that they're working with our local mental health providers, but if there isn't any funding there, it's hard for the schools to continue to have, to help to promote that relationship, to help those children and families within those schools. So I applaud the good senator for looking for funding for special ed, because we certainly are not funding special ed at that level, but mental health is a major issue, and I, for one, would like to see us to be being more respectful of these programs that we already have and continue to fund them.
Additional questions on the amendment? The senator recognizes Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the senator from Johnson.
She is standing.
Senator, just trying to figure out the net fiscal note. Are we subtracting 15 million based on line 25, or 500,000 based on line 30 as we move this money?
Senator from Johnson.
This funding, the way it is shown to me from the office regarding the budget, was 13 million. Initially, it was 10 million. This program, the pilot program first started, it was 6 million. It's continued to grow. It's just put into appropriations every year. Requested to go into appropriations, put into appropriations each year. So whatever the amount is for this program, that's the amount that would be stricken from the budget, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Finney.
I appreciate the answer. In line 25, it has $16,043,498, although there's language in line 30 for fiscal year 27 amount of $1.5 million. I wonder if the senator from Sherman could explain the net effect. I think there is a pay for there, but I'm a little confused on the net amount. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson is carrying the amendment. Do you wish to answer the question?
Yes, I just heard from the revisor that the net would be 15 million.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you.
Is that clear? Additional questions on the amendment? Chair recognizes the senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I have a couple questions for the senator from Johnson. The senator from Finney answered some of them, but one, I'm a little concerned, or confused about how much money are we talking about, and number two, do we know what schools are participating for the mental health program? Those are the first two. Thank you.
Senator from Meade, the speaker's on the other side of the Capitol. It's chairman over here when we're in committee of the whole. You called me Mr. Speaker, that's fine. Senator from Johnson, will you answer the question, please?
I have requested a list of schools. I had the list of schools before, but I think there have been some changes. There have been some that have dropped out of the program. But again, I think the most important thing that we need to look at is how the program is conducted. We heard from some testimony that mental health providers sometimes are in the schools, they're not in the schools. And just keep in mind, let's say if you're a mental health provider in the school, and a child's parent allows them to come and see you during the school day, that mental health provider can then, if the child's in Medicaid, they can charge Medicaid. If the child has private insurance, they can charge private insurance. So it's questionable as to why the state would be funding this program when the mental health provider is getting compensated. As to the schools, I can find that out, but I know it's not a lot of schools. They're mostly in Sedgwick County.
Senator from Meade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or President, or Chairman.
Chairman.
We all received many emails and talks about this for special ed and funding, and I commend the senator for bringing this forward. And if we don't know, I think it would help the ones at least in western Kansas. So I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Additional questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes Senator from Barton. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so folks know on the in the bill what the line item for on page 139, line item 25, mental health intervention team pilot, the amount is $16,043,498. So what we're doing here, this amendment, it's striking a little over 16 million, but only giving $1 million to special ed. And on top of it, I just checked, 81 school districts utilize this program. So just to say a couple few is not true. And I'm checking on the number of schools, but I just want to say mental health is important. We just had 0 reasons why kids up here and just heard from them how important mental health is for them in their schools. And I just ask that you oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, you wish to respond or wait till your close?
I'll wait for close. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate clarification, thanks to the senator from Finney and Barton, but this is eliminating $16 million from mental health and only putting $1 million into SPED. So I think my question for the senator from Johnson is, knowing that if we added $24 million to SPED funding in this budget, we would just be maintaining the percentage of funding from last year. And so why would she not have put the full 16 million in there? And we are still behind what we should be funding to maintain what we had last year. So we're going backwards with this.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I'd be happy to explain. My concerns were that if we need to make cuts in the budget, we're giving $1.2 billion into mental health, all for looking at mental health solutions. I serve on the Education Committee, former teacher. Special education is extremely important. I know that there are other amendments out there to do more funding for special education. I didn't want to say the rest of these dollars. This is a savings. If someone else wants to use that savings as a pay for something else. So I was going to just say this is a savings, it's a pay for someone else if you want to use those dollars. But as this is, I felt at least $1 million of this should go to special ed, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I think with trying to make sure that our children receive the services that they need, cutting mental health and still going backwards on how we're funding SPED with this, I will be opposed to it. Thank you.
Additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We're back on the bill. Division has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. Thank you. All opposed, please stand. Thank you. On a vote of 23 to 16, the amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
And the amendment number? 3938.
Yes.
Pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Lynn, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll explain it. What this is proviso in the budget to add transparency for the Apex legislation that passed. And it would require that information be reported to the Department of Revenue, tax credit and other information, and that it be reported to the Commerce Committee in each chamber after it goes to the Department of Commerce and posted on the website, the database, the Commerce database.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment. We've repeatedly asked the Department of Commerce for information on all the various tax credits on various programs. And getting an accounting, a true accounting of how much we're giving away in this state is virtually impossible. I've asked several times, and we've gotten numbers on big projects, but not all of the projects that we have going on in the state of Kansas. So the more transparency, the better, and I would support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
You know what, Mr. Chair, is trying to hold my position for an amendment, so my apologies for the confusion.
All right. Additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Lynn, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to let you know that I do have another amendment after this one. So, Mr. Chairman, I move on my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another amendment. It's 4012.
Pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Lynn, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll explain my amendment. So, tax cutting Tyson, here we go again. We're going to establish a property tax relief fund, and there's no money in it from this, so there's no fiscal cost, but we would establish the fund so that we can do it in the future. And what it would do is it's specifically to buy down the 20 mil of property tax.
Questions?
I'd stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Lynn, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have another amendment.
And the amendment number?
4001.
Pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Lynn, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll explain it. And this one, there is some funds that is involved with this. We have so many people that help this building operate, and I wish we could do it for everyone. But this is a one-time pay adjustment for 1 year for research, revisers, and IT. And then the second year, it's a one-time pay adjustment, just one time. It's not ongoing, it's not annual, not every year. Pay adjustment for the revisers and research. And the money, since we do have PAYGO, comes out of the state legislative fund, or pay increases possibly.
Questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is specifically addressed to the chairman of Ways and Means. It's my understanding in the general government budget, or in the government budget, there's approximately a 10% pay increase for every one of these agencies. I want to see if that is still in the budget at this time.
Senator from Sherman, can you answer the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that funding is still in there.
Senator from Harvey.
That answers my question. I believe that this would be a redundant motion unless the bringer of the motion feels an additional amount above a 10% pay raise is in order. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do. This is an additional. This was intentional.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe the carrier mentioned this, but what exactly is the percent breakdown in terms of their current pay? Is this like a 10% one-time adjustment, or what is the percent breakdown?
Senator from Lynn.
That would be correct, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was the one that made the motion to give our legislative employees a 10% pay increase when we had the Legislative Coordinating Council meeting this summer. I think it is long past due that the legislature takes care of its own employees, its own branch of government, and we have more investments we need to make. And so I commend the senator from Bland for bringing this amendment. I'll leave it to the will of the body. However, I think it has been found that one-time pay adjustments don't really work for retention or anything like that. And retention has been our goal, which is why we did the 10% pay increase. That's permanent, whereas this is just a one-time adjustment. But however, I'm incredibly grateful for all of our employees that work for our branch of government. So I'll leave it to the will of the body.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. As was stated earlier, the budget as has been introduced on the Senate floor has a 10% pay raise, which is not one time, in the budget for these specific employees. However, the budget does not have any pay raises for other state employees, nothing for 38,417 of our state employees, which, as the good senator said, our state employees are valuable. So we do have 10% in here for this category. I see that this is not only saying that others are not valuable, but that these are even more valuable, that they deserve a one-time bonus along with a 10% pay increase. I will not be supporting this amendment.
Seeing no additional questions, Senator from Lynn, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, that is not what this is saying. I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but the revisers, research, they put in so many hours, and sometimes they're up here literally overnight. In fact, many nights. And we can say that for a lot of people in the building. I understand that. But if you look at industry pay for these types of jobs, it is not where industry is by any means. And I understand retention. That is our goal here, because it is way more expensive to have somebody trained and to leave than to be able to keep them. So it is a one-time, it's not a bonus. That is actually not allowed by statute. So this is a one-time pay adjustment. And I would ask that the body do support this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to fail. Motion does fail. We are back on the bill. Additional Senator from Lynn.
I have another amendment, Mr. Chairman. We're on a roll.
We're on a roll. And the amendment number?
I do. 3937.
3937. We'll pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Could you repeat the number again, please, Senator from Lynn?
Yes, 3937.
3937. Senator from Lynn, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll explain it, Mr. Chairman. So this is a proviso in the budget. There's no dollar amount with it. I don't know if any of you have gone to the KU Medical Center, any of them, but employees pay parking. It's approximately $7 a day for most of them, but it's a hardship. They're already working hard in these facilities, and I think that KU should do what they can to, at the Cambridge facility to start with. We'll see how this goes for the first year, and then we can take it from there. But, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? The senator recognizes the chair. The senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus. Let that be a lesson to you, body. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Lynn.
Go ahead.
So when we talk about employees of the University of Kansas Medical Center, is that the hospital authority or the employees who are working in research and teaching for the medical center?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is to deal with the Cambridge parking lot. So if you're an employee of the KU Medical Center, then we would say that they need to reimburse parking for those employees.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that the medical center is separate from the KU hospital. Did the senator from Lynn intend to help nursing staff who are paying for their parking?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is absolutely the intent of this, the nursing staff and others. And this, like I said, this is just a pilot, a first stab at it. We can see how it goes from here. It's quite interesting. When you have to spend time there, especially, it's really difficult on some of the patients to have to pay for the parking, and I understand that. But you wouldn't believe how many employees in that facility, it is a hardship on them to try to deal with the parking. Many of them will park in a ways away in residential areas and have to deal with that. And it just isn't something that they should be worried about when they're trying to care for patients.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe if we want to help individuals who are nurses, then we are talking about the Kansas Hospital Authority. Those are not state employees. I don't know that we can distinguish the people who park in the Cambridge Parking Center between whether they're visitors, whether they're employees of the medical center or employees of the hospital authority. So I don't think this is clear enough, and I would hope that our intent would be to help state employees and not start having provisos that give special benefits to individuals who are not our state employees.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did have a proposal that was presented to our committee, and it included a parking lot. The good senator from Lynn, does this include a parking lot, or is just a reimbursement for their parking?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just reimbursement for their parking. And it is only state employees because we do not have any authority over the Kansas Hospital Authority. So this is just a first step at trying to address a problem that is in more than one location.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. I've recently been over in that area and parked in the parking garage. So do these nurses get any kind of a discount on the parking?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, it's $7 a day, and I think that's what the full amount is if you had to stay all day and you did not get the patients can get their parking ticket validated, so it takes it down to $3 a day. If you wouldn't validate your ticket, it would be $7 a day.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, because when I parked there, I got the validation and it was a reduced rate. So they do get the reduced rate, correct?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you. The employees are not supposed to validate their tickets.
Senator from Sherman.
Oh, thank you. I just, when we proposed this, some of the folks from KU had contacted us there were some issues, so I'll leave this to the will of the body.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just bring up a couple points. I think there's University of Kansas has revenue bonds on that piece of property. So there might be some additional information the Good Senator has on this. And if we use state funds to pay for parking discounts or for parking, it may violate KBOR rules and regulations. I'm just curious if we've looked into that, and maybe on the floor isn't the best place to make this amendment. So there might be additional explanation there.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you. There's no money tied to this, so it doesn't violate anything. It is just requesting that the hospital take care of it, KU Medical.
Senator from Leavenworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some funds are having to be used by whether it's, I think there's just something to look into around KBOR policy, and this just may not be the time to do that if there's something there. So I don't want to get in the way of giving discounts to nurses, but there's probably more to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Lynn.
This was looked into. I asked research and the revisers to look into it, and this is as far as we could go without stepping on any of those parameters or procedures. So that's why the amendment reads as such.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think that this is worth considering, but I really believe that this isn't the place to bring it forward. This should come through a committee or maybe through an interim where there would be a study to look at it. Because for one, there's more than just the parking facility on Cambridge over at KU. It definitely does, even though, as the good senator says, it wouldn't impact directly any funding in our budget, but it does direct funding in the Kansas Medical Center budget. This certainly would need planning for their ability to have some sort of tag that would distinguish them from a patient or a visitor or a contract employee. I just don't think that this is ready for prime time.
Seeing no additional questions, Senator from Lynn, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this is past ready for prime time, especially if you've spent any time in these facilities. This is a hardship on the employees. and it causes logistical errors, issues, especially when they're trying to get to work and leaving late at night. If you've been in that area, it may not be the most safe area. So, Mr. Chairman, I think it does kick off the conversation, and we send this to conference committee. I would much appreciate, and I know the KU medical employees would appreciate support on this amendment. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to fail. Division has been requested. All those in favor, please stand. Thank you. Opposed, please stand. Thank you. You may be seated. On a vote of 14 to 20, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The main priority of the legislative body is to fund education. Since 2011, this body has not fulfilled its obligation on funding special ed and has likewise struggled on funding general education. With that, I have an amendment.
You have turned the amendment in?
Yes, I have.
And it has a number on it. What is that?
Number 4007.
4007. Pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll explain it. This proposal takes money from various buckets for special ed funding to get us to the recommended 24 million level. Those buckets are $830,000 from AGRFP out of SGF, $3.5 million out of KDAD's belong. That's ARPA funding that is sitting there. $5 million out of KDOT system, also ARPA funding that is sitting there. There's $3.7 million that is unspent funding for 2025 pay plan in SGF. Additionally, $3 million pregnancy compassion awareness SGF and $3.1 evidence-based programs. That total brings us to $19 million. The budget currently has $5 million. That's how we get to roughly the $24 million that's recommended per the governor's budget. And that is to maintain what we had last year.
And you're ready to stand for questions.
Oh, yes, and I'm ready to stand for questions. Thank you.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. I actually was, in what was hilarious to a lot of the buddies I went to high school with, I was actually principal for a day at my high school recently. And I was talking to the principal there, and I said, what does this shortfall in special education really mean in practical terms? And my high school's always had a really robust performing arts program. And he shared with me that because we're not adequately funding special education, we've had to take money year after year out of the performing arts budget and put it towards making sure that these students are getting the special education services that they require and deserve. And so it really is having an impact, not just on the students who are receiving special education services, but on all students. And I'm sure that as many of you have been in your districts talking to teachers, principals, administrators, superintendents, I'm sure that you would hear a similar story to the one that I received at my alma mater. So I'm in strong support of this amendment. I hope the body will join me in voting yes.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support special education, and I do support the funding. I think some of these funding sources have already been identified for other projects. You know, as of 2025, it put $611 million into special education. With the additional $5 million, that would get us to $616 million. And yes, some of these funding sources that are identified are only going to be one-time money. And any money we put in there is a commitment to put it in not only next year, but every year going forward. And that's part of the problem. And if you look, you know, a few years ago, we put $72.9 million, and we weren't running in deficits. Right now, we're spending in a deficit. We spent $700 million last year more than we brought in. Even the governor's budget says we can't do this. We've got to look around and try to make savings. And I think our committee worked hard, and I think the funding that they thought we could do and repeat doing continually, looking at what we had done, you know, in the past few years, you know, we'd put 72.9 in, we put 5.3, we put 10 million, we put 7.5, we put 7.7, we put 7.4. It's not like we've never put any money here. On top of this, the CPI for K-12 education is another $159 million. Just the CPI. I think every one of us in this chamber would agree, yes, education is very important and we need to fund it. And I read earlier, we fully are funding it. Special ed is not fully funded, and it hasn't been, ever. The federal government is lagging way behind, and we all know that. And at the state level, we can only do so much and keep a balanced budget and try to get back to where we're not deficit spending. And yeah, it sounds good and it looks good, and you know, I'd love to recommend it, but doing this with one-time money is not the way to address something that's continuous. It's not a one-time spend opportunity. So with that, I will be opposing this amendment.
Senator from Johnson, you wish to respond?
You know, I don't like that it would be a one-time thing. I wish that we wouldn't have to fight so hard every single year just to get funding for general ed as well as special ed. But that seems to be what it consistently is. Again, the biggest priority that we have for the state, funding education, and every year it's an absolute battle. But here's what happens, and I understand we've put more in over the past few years, but we're still not where we're supposed to be. And we also know that we can't count on the feds to fill in that gap. It's just not happening. So where does it go? By failing to fund special ed at 22% as required by the law. We're requiring the local districts to draw from, guess what? Local property taxes to fund the shortfall. Last year, 2024 to 25, that was to the tune of $400 million statewide. We keep talking about property taxes relief. We're never going to give substantial relief if we aren't funding education and special ed. So again, yeah, I don't like that this is just 1 year. But if we're going to take a step towards giving relief in terms of property tax So our people across the state, we need to fulfill our obligation on the state level in terms of funding special ed as well as general education. And I would encourage the body, there are other revenue streams out there that we haven't considered that we could look at. You know, every year, somebody brings up medicinal cannabis and the amount of revenue that we are losing to other states around us that has become accepted. You know, at what point are we going to move into this century and look at the things that other states are doing that are accepted, that are building revenue? So I encourage the body to fully support this amendment so that we fulfill our obligation to our students.
Questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have a couple of questions. Could the senator from Johnson tell me how much total we spend in Kansas on special education?
Senator from Johnson.
So we have been at the level of the 24 million has been the maintenance in terms of trying to get us to where we were last year. That does not get us to the 92% as required. We're just trying to get, again, to where we were last year. Still a shortfall, but if we don't even come to where we were last year, again, we're drawing even heavier on local property taxpayers.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, the answer is we pay $1.2 billion a year in special ed funding total. The 92% that we keep talking about in excess cost, it keeps being referred to as that's the law. So is it the senator from Johnson's contention that we're breaking the law by not being at 92%?
Senator from Johnson.
It's an unfunded mandate. I mean, the federal law is we're supposed to come in at 92%. Again, local taxpayers are filling that gap. If we don't fulfill that obligation, that's where it goes.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, it's not a federal law, it's a state statute. It's actually state statute 72-3422 that has the 92% in it, which is it's an arbitrary number that means nothing as far as quality of education for special. It was an arbitrary number agreed upon during the endless lawsuits around education. But there's a provision in there, Mr. Chair, that everyone conveniently likes to forget. And right under the 92%, which is section M, underneath that in C, it says subject to appropriation acts of the legislature. Subject to appropriations. We have a committee that does that, Mr. Chair. But I'd like to ask another question from the senator from Johnson. Does all of the money that the state provides for special education, is it counted toward that 92%?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, I think she would probably be able to answer that, but the fact of the matter remains, we are not coming close to that number that we are supposed to. And again, then it falls to the local taxpayers to fill in the gap because we have to fund special education. If we don't fill that bucket, then the money comes from the general education bucket into special ed. Then what we have is what's left over in the general education bucket. If that one's not filled, because we had to take it and put it in the other bucket, that hurts all students in all schools.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Again, Mr. Chair, my question is, does the state get credit for all of the money that it puts into K-12 special education?
Senator from Johnson.
I think what she's referred to is the school for the deaf and the school for the blind in terms of that differentiation. Is that what the senator's pointing to?
Senator from Sedgwick.
That is part of it, yes, but not all of it.
Senator from Johnson.
So I guess I don't quite understand what she's trying to ask there. Are we trying to take credit for the funding that's going to the school for the blind and the school for the deaf?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Take credit, that is money appropriate for students on IEPs for our blind and deaf students to the tune of over 30 million that does not count toward that 92%. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Senator from Johnson.
Okay, so there's money that comes from local option budget that goes to School of the Deaf and the Blind, but there's also money that comes from local school districts. So I'm not exactly sure what the senator's trying to get at there. The heart of the matter is still, we are not funding special education near the levels where we're supposed to be. And I think this whole body knows that. And we could keep discussing, these other intricacies, but the fact of the matter is, we are not funding it where we need to. Local districts have to make that up. That hurts property taxes. That's where we are.
Senator from Sedgwick.
The intricacies matter, Mr. Chair, because the fact of the matter is we do give that money for those special education students. If we didn't, districts would be required to. As far as we keep hearing that districts are having to transfer money out of their general education fund to pay for special education students. Mr. Chair, for decades, up until last year, districts are able, thanks to the legislature, to levy an LOB, a local option budget, for special education. And for decades, they did not have to use that money for special education. It was based on special education students in their district, but we know that the majority of districts did not use it for special education students. They used it for general education. So this whole notion of we're having to transfer out of general, for decades, they were allowed to not have to use special education appropriation for special education students. So Mr. Chair, I do have the numbers. Now, we did pass a law that said they have to now put the special education local option budget money into a special education fund. But we still don't get credit for it at the state level, even though we gave them the authority to do that. And so, if we were counting, we have state ARPA money of $2.5 million for SPED that we put in addition to our $600 million, in addition to, let me pull up the numbers. Sorry, my computer timed out. So in addition for the School for the Blind and School for the Deaf, special education students that we pay for, and the money that our local districts have the authority to levy for special education, if you add all of that up, it comes to $829.9 million, Mr. Chair. $829 million. The percent of that for excess costs for 2025, 100%. 8% over the 92%. If we simply get credit for the money that's going to special education. But I do have another question for the good senator from Johnson. How much money is in unencumbered special education funds in our districts?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm not on the education committee. I'm guessing she can answer that because she is.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I can. It's over $273 million. $273 million that the legislature has appropriated to support our special education students that's sitting in unencumbered cash balances in our school districts. Why aren't they using that money to help our students? So, Mr. Chair, I know we hear a lot, we get a lot of emails about we're not fully funding SPED. If you look at the facts of the matter, the state is doing more than its share of funding special education. All of us want those students funded. All of us care about those students, but let's tell the truth, and let's tell the truth about sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars that we appropriated to help those kids that isn't being used to help those kids. So with that, Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Oh, can I?
You wish to respond, Senator Holscher?
Please, thank you. Please keep in mind, body, districts have to keep a certain amount of unencumbered funds available to pay their teachers at the beginning of the year. That's money that has to be there. It's not money that's just sitting there for no reason. It's accounted for. It has to be there. And, I will answer some of the other things in a few minutes. I will go ahead and yield to Senator Sykes, and then I'll address a few of the other things.
Not exactly yielding, but Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has just been a fascinating kind of perspective on school funding. So I just want to talk about, we are spending more in our school funding because of Gannon, because we were underfunding our schools. One thing that they did take into consideration when we did have Gannon, in 2010, which was when Gannon was, we were fully funding SPED at that 92%, the state obligation. And then the following year, 2011, it went up, but it has gone down every year since then. And we have talked a lot about property tax this year on the floor. Still feel we haven't done very much to that. But what we're doing, we are shifting that funds to our local communities to fund the schools because of that local option, because the state is not fulfilling their obligation. Over the last 10 years, our local school districts and property taxes have put in over $1.1 billion in unreimbursed SPED expenditures because we are not fulfilling our obligation. And we can talk about what the feds are doing, what the feds not are doing, but our statute says that we shall. And yes, we have to appropriate it, but we say this is our obligation and we will do it. So the districts in the Johnson County area, with the shifts of the burden to our local districts, forcing them to reallocate those funds from all children to those IEPs and those special needs. The school districts, Blue Valley, Olathe, Gardner-Edgerton, Shawnee Mission, Spring Hill, they have stated that their special ed funding shortfall will cost them nearly $133 million. That is diverted away from programs and services that benefit all students to cover the statutorily mandated educational needs for those students with disabilities. In Johnson County, more than $271 million is spent on special ed support, but that state and federal funding only covers 51% of that cost. So this $133 million funding shortfall forces those local districts to reallocate those funds from their general funds because of our failure to meet those statutory requirements. And they're pulling that from our property taxes because we want our children to achieve. We want to do that. But if we truly want to provide property tax relief, we need to do our part and fully fund our schools. And we talked about in Gannon, we were fully funding SPED, and we've met our obligations to put in the CPI and all of those. But we are at the task where we have to either remove the sunset and continue our school funding formula, or we should have been debating a new school funding formula this year so that our school districts could prepare, but we haven't done that. So the very least we could do is fully fund SPED. Actually, this isn't fully funding SPED. This is keeping us where we were last year, not moving backwards. So I'm going to support this amendment, and I think we all should, because this is a piece of the puzzle as we talk about property tax relief, because our local communities care about our students. That is what we pride ourselves in from Kansans. And because we are not fulfilling our obligation, our property taxes are going up.
Additional questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think it's worth pointing out when we talk about local option budgets and the amount of money that they've put in. I think it's worth noting that over the last 2 decades, admin costs have increased more than 8 times the amount of classroom and teacher pay. And I think that's an important point because it sounds to me like there's a handful of districts across the state that, while they talk about budget shortfalls and money and all of this, they've become rather top-heavy, and there's the money going to the classroom and to the teachers isn't even keeping up with the cost of inflation. So I felt it was necessary to stand up and share that information. When we talk about local option budgets, when we talk about even our own personal budgets, I think we need to start with where's our money going? And when I look at that amount of increase, I think some districts also need to take a look at their own budget and look in the mirror and look at where some of that excess spending is going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holsh, you wish to respond?
I think it's important to mention that over the past decade plus, we've had a consolidation of some of our admin personnel. And you often see principals, superintendents handling various tasks. I mean, some of our rural areas, my understanding is we may have a principal who is in charge of a building, also teaching, also coaching football, also doing maintenance. I mean, you know, we're not talking about a person doing often just one, filling in one capacity. Again, some of these things have been consolidated and jobs have been consolidated. So I am quite sure too, in legislative post-audit, I have seen various audits of those positions. But again, maybe it's worth a visit to some of these schools to see what some of these admin folks are doing, and compared to what we're seeing pay in corporations or other admin positions in terms of the number of people they're managing and the number of positions that they're actually holding, that I will add to that.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make mention that the new report that came out for February says SGF receipts from taxes only was 106.8 million, or 1.7% below the estimate. And when we're standing here today talking about this, as was alluded to earlier, the special ed is important to everybody, but I would remind ourselves today that with this kind of a number, 1.25 billion annually, and then what we've already been adding here, we got to look at the years out for balancing things. I run a nonprofit, and I've said this before, a healthy balance. Because if you're all about service and you forget the fiscal part, you're going to run out of money. And we're just trying to do the right thing and make the right decisions up here today. And I just think we need to keep that in mind if we're going to look to have the budget where it needs to be, so we can continue to do this and not have to come back here again and say, well, if inflation rises or the economy goes in a direction that we didn't anticipate, that then we're right back to where we're at, or maybe even worse. So I stand in opposition to this, not to the need of special ed, but to where we are. We have that fiscal responsibility to bring balance. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the senator that just spoke is correct. We do have to be fiscally responsible, but we will always have costs for public education. It's in the Constitution. It's a responsibility. And we have been to court multiple times, and we have been told by the Supreme Court of Kansas that we do need to fund our schools, and we need to pay for it. So if we want, and we talk about the CPI, the reason why we have a CPI is because that was determined after our last court case. So I don't think we necessarily want to go back to have another lawsuit, to go back to court again. But if we talk about underfunding or saying that we're spending too much money on public education, our schools do not get to determine directly who is in special ed. If a child qualifies, they have an IEP, then they have, through federal and state law, they have a responsibility to provide those services to them. I think when we start talking on the floor about like admin costs, admin is a word that includes a lot of things, including custodians and nurses and cafeteria, and possibly the number that was thrown out there, and paras, which we have done a lot, our schools have done a lot of work to increase the number of staff that they can have that have direct contact with students. So saying it maybe administration is too heavy, that's a word that encompasses a lot of positions that we're not really talking about. I mean, that we're not looking at that full number here on the floor. So that becomes just another factor to distract us from what special ed is costing and how those costs are being absorbed through the general fund and the local option budget that could be funds to help address all students, and they're going for those students who have IEP, who have special needs. For example, one of my school districts, the Kansas School District, one of our largest ones in the state, they, from their general fund and their local option budget, they supplemented their special ed budget last year by $26 million. They have to provide those services for those students. So it's really not optional. It's unless we're saying we don't believe that these students deserve services.
Additional questions, Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's important to keep in context that there's also a lot of important budgetary discretion decisions that come into play. I think it'd be interesting to know what % of our public monies going to Kansas public education go to supporting athletics and athletic facilities. I'm going to guess it's a pretty significant cost center. When we think about pressures on school district budgets, I would also wonder what is of greater pressure, special education support services or declining enrollment? A lot of our biggest districts, which are the ones that are the loudest about this special education funding issue, are also the ones suffering some of the biggest losses for declining enrollment. And yet, we are providing more money than ever for fewer kids within the system. And so districts are being forced to make some choices. As the good senator from Johnson earlier alluded to, some of those choices might have to come with administrative staffing decisions and how many administrators they have in a building. And I think that that's an important part of this conversation. I certainly wish that we could provide better funding and support for special education in many ways, but there's also aspects of this issue that we do not fully understand. And I'd like to work with my colleagues to continue to explore this, but the way to tackle this issue is not to go and take money from other very, very vital programs for our state, including pregnancy support, in the name of trying to go after special education funding when our state has been doing an excellent job to continue to increase the funding. Nowhere in this budget do I see that special education funding is being reduced. It is being increased. And with that, I'll oppose this amendment.
Seeing no additional questions, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, you may close on your amendment.
I will mention that with this budget, yes, special education funding is being reduced as it currently is. So that is a huge issue. There's a couple things I do want to address as I close here. I've heard that, we're putting more money than ever into our schools and that we've dramatically increased funding to our schools. I will take you back to 12 years ago when my children were in elementary school. At the height of the Brownback experiment. We were hemorrhaging teachers. We didn't have supplies. We had shower curtains for doors in some of our schools. It was a critical, horrible mess at that time. And like I said, we were losing teachers because the funding had been stripped down so far. So of course we've gone up from there. And so when I hear this, this tossed around that we're putting more money than ever into our schools, well, yes, compared to 12 years ago, we had to because of the court order, and based upon where we were with such low funding, we went up. I want us to keep in mind too, 93% of our students are educated at public schools. And of course, that cost us money, and this should be our priority. And we are going to have some creative forward thinking in terms of finding revenue streams, in terms of making sure that as we move forward, that we are able to fund adequately. This is our most important job that we do. And I will tell you this, as an individual who substitute teaches in our public schools, I want to tell you, I see our teachers, I see our parents, I see our administrators working their tails off day after day, working to make sure our children are successful. And ultimately, this is a question of priorities. Some people here might be okay with underfunding special ed. I'm not. I think it's absolutely important to fund our vulnerable students, and I personally will not leave them behind. I encourage the body to support this amendment. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to fail. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Falscado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schellenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you. I vote no.
Any changes of vote? Explanation of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will record the vote. So it worked. Nine having voted in favor, 31 against, the amendment fails. We are back on the bill. Are there further questions on the bill for the senator from Sherman? Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
And have you turned it in?
I have. It's 3983.
Number 3983. We'll pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Reno, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'm happy to explain it, Mr. Chairman. I would hearken back to when I was in high school and college, and there were a lot of protests and problems with the Vietnam War. But those were all done in sometimes they were done violently, sometimes they were not. But the bottom line is we understand that we have a right to protest, we have a right to voice our opinion. But when we're in high school, we're there to learn. And so with some of the events that we've had here lately in Kansas where kids have decided they want to just leave and go protest something, sometimes it's with permission of the school, sometimes it's not, sometimes it's with the assistance of school personnel. So with that in mind, we would like to set it up where if a student walks out, if the school doesn't do anything about it, and if the school assists in it, that there would be and does not like hold them truant or accountable in some way, then there would be a penalty for that to that particular school district.
You ready to stand for questions, apparently? Questions on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You made the good senator made a comment about the fact that if the school did not do anything about it, what exactly what does that mean?
Senator from Reno.
The school would need to, Mr. Chairman, if a child leaves without permission, they're truant. And so that's the action that the school would have to take. We'd mark them truant, and to deal with that as their school policy. Yes.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I have to say, I have seen a number. In fact, the other day I was driving home after leaving the Capitol and drove by middle school not too far from my home, and there were students on the sidewalk, and they were, protesting, and they were on a public sidewalk. It was the end of the school day, so I can't be quite certain if it was still school time. It was interesting, the week after I had some students here from the same school as Pages, and so I asked their teacher who was here about that very thing, and I asked those students if they had participated in any way. None of them had, of those that came to Page, but they did say that it was organized, and this is at middle school, which I'm just going to make a broad statement here. I think it would be the same at high school. It was organized by other students, not by the school, not by staff, and they walked out. I find concern here that we are going to penalize school districts when the comment was made about the protests went on in the past, and then I've been in committees where we talk about government classes, wanting young people to be involved, to know what's going on in their community, to learn more about government, and yet we're going to penalize any school district that would in some way allow for a student to voluntarily leave that building. So could the good senators tell me, how is this enforceable?
Senator from Reno.
The school knows when a student has left the premises without permission. They hold them accountable with their school policies for being truant.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I think that's, I don't know that procedurally that really is true. You have a student that's been in class all day, and they, at the end of the day, walk out with other students. I'm not sure how that would be enforceable to say they're truant when they've actually been attending their classes during the day, during that school day. And then I do believe, I'm not looking directly at the amendment right now, I do believe that there's a monetary penalty there as well. Is that correct?
Senator from Reno.
That's correct.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, the amount of such penalty shall be equal to the contract-based salary of the superintendent of such school district for each school day that such school district experiences such student walkout. I believe that we have a response. We're in government. We want our students to be interested in government. If there is something that's happening in our country and in our state, and students are making a choice to be involved, and they are not breaking any laws in their community, if we start legislating that they can't do that, then I'm not sure why we want to ever talk about any kind of what's being taught as far as government is concerned. So I would just caution this body. We say on one hand, we want our students to be involved. We want our students to be community members. We want our children to learn what, how society works. We want to be part of it, and then we want to penalize them that they are, and then we want to penalize the school district or the superintendent as well. So I rise in opposition.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the carry of the amendment. Does this amendment put us in violation with the Tinker versus Des Moines case?
No, it does not.
Senator from Reno. Did you ask a question? I apologize. Senator from Johnson.
Yes, I did. Thank you. I was just waiting for you. May I respond?
Yes.
All right. I do have concerns that if it doesn't put us in jeopardy with Tinker versus Des Moines, it puts us in jeopardy with other cases involving civil liberties, the right to assemble, the right to gather, because those are inherent rights that have been established, again, through the Tinker case as well as others, that students have a right to free speech and the right to assemble. This bill, or this amendment in particular, looks like it would infringe upon that and be against the statutes that are out, already in place. While we may not like particular speech, I may not like certain speech or protest. My friend the senator may not like certain protest or speech. It's part of the process. And again, like I said, this amendment itself, from what I can tell and from comparing to what's already out there, puts us in jeopardy of already decided cases that allow freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. So I will be opposing.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. There's a lot of things in here to question. Saying someone's truant for missing maybe a period. Truancy, I think, for several of our districts is 3 consecutive days or 5 days over a semester. It's kind of leaning toward maybe a bounty hunter legislation. I think we also talk about our school days, sometimes in high school, especially our minutes, as opposed to a full day. So there's a lot of questions there. My question also, a lot of students in high school are 18, so do they have to have a parent sign off on that because they are legal adults? I know my kids were 18 when they graduated, and they were able to check themselves out as well. But the biggest problem I have with this is because this is the majority party telling free speech for me, and it's not free speech for you. So I will be opposing.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was rather ambivalent about this when I first read it, but then I heard the words Tinker, and Tinker was wrongly decided, and if this is going to be a challenge against Tinker, then I'm all for it, 100%. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Life may have changed since I graduated from high school, but it was a tradition for the seniors to leave the day before graduation. And so I think when we talk about a student walkout, it's not necessarily a protest. And I do ask that same question about the time. Can students walk out for lunch if they have permission? I'm concerned that this talks about a school building and not school property. Is it a school walkout when the football team goes to practice? So I do think there's some concerns with the wording. Thank you.
Additional questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to add here, this is not a matter of free speech. You have your right to speech. You have your right to assemble. Not during the school day as leaving school so I could have the right to assemble. School gets out really early. They have plenty of time to do something like this after school, no matter what it is that they are protesting. But the concern, I believe, and I'm going to ask the carrier of the amendment to clarify, the concern is it seems that it could be that the administration is encouraging something like this. When I was a classroom teacher, yes, I wanted children to know about government. When I taught 6th grade, we would have our tour up here to the Capitol like we've seen students do here, learn about government in the classroom, et cetera. But to encourage kids that, you know, you should protest and we're gonna, yeah, if you wanna do that, we'll be out here as the administration. For some of you that may not know, a high school in my school district, students were out during the school time and in protest, became violent against 2 other students that were on the opposite side and grabbed their flagpoles, started beating them with the metal poles, breaking into somebody's car, tearing up somebody's vehicle. I don't think this is the kind of thing that anybody would want. I can't imagine a parent would want something like that. And when we talk about peaceful protests, so I would just say I think it's important that if we're going to teach about government, that you say, yes, get involved, but if you want to participate in a protest, this is not the time. Whether you're at work or whether you're at school, you're there to learn, but if you want to participate in those things should be done outside of the school day. And I would hope that that's what they are teaching in our schools. Thank you, Mr. President, or Mr. Chair. I know you've been Speaker and President today. Well, thank you.
The chair recognizes the senator from Jackson, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of clarifying questions here. I guess as I read this, if I have written permission, it's okay then for me to do a walkout?
Senator from Reno.
That's correct.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And who determines that a walkout occurred?
Senator from Reno.
Well, it's parental permission, and so the school would acknowledge the parent's request.
Senator from Jackson.
So I think maybe we're relying on schools to then self-report. I guess what would the dispute, who's going to resolve a dispute? Let's say somebody thinks there's a walkout, but superintendent says there's no walkout. What's the dispute resolution process?
That goes to the school board, to the state school board.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions on the amendment? Senator from Lyons, Senator Arkwright. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this for public and private schools?
Senator from Reno.
Just public.
Senator from Lyon.
Does this happen in private schools?
Senator from Reno.
I am not aware of any.
Senator from Lyon.
Uh, I really don't have any problems with the idea of this. What I really, Mr. Chair, have a problem with is this is another example this session of where it appears we have a district or maybe two, I don't know, that have not been a very good example in the eyes of some of our elected officials, and maybe justly so, that we need policy for one or two instances that can maybe be addressed in a different fashion, because we're talking about state policy, and that concerns me that we react that way at times. I don't think it's necessary. I don't believe that many of our public schools have this problem. It was not my experience. There were some valid points brought up already of organized skip days and different types of events that school officials tried to address, but a lot of times they're organized by parents. Do they fit under the truancy category? Probably so. Those are my concerns. Am I concerned about kids walking out and some of the examples that I've heard? Yes, very much. But is that a statewide problem? I'm not, no one's convinced me of that. And I do think that if our policies will include public and private, we might have a little more comprehensive approach to this conversation also, good or bad. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Reno, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's important that we have the ability to protest. It's important we have the ability to make our wishes known, our ideas and our views. But we also have been told time and time again that we keep piling more and more stuff on the schools to teach. And then if we are allowing the children just to go willy-nilly or be encouraged to go willy-nilly out in protest, that kind of creates a different problem. And the kids are there to learn, and they can learn about protests, and they want to involve themselves in a protest. They get parental permission. They can do so after school. They're out of school more than they're in school, so they have ample opportunity. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion dead. Roll call has been called for. Seeing 3 hands, a roll call is not in order. Now seeing sufficient hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Bag. Valscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus, Tyson, Warren.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau. She voted no. Are there changes of vote? Explanation of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally the vote. Twenty-one having voted in favor, 18 against, the motion passes. The bill is amended. We are back on the bill. Are there additional questions for the senator from Sherman? Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment. It is 3986.
3986 is the amendment number. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Sedgwick, wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I can explain it, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So on page 71 of the budget bill, there was added in an $11 fee for personalized license plates and $10 fee for regular license plates. And I understand that the cost of producing the personalized license plates is expensive, and so what this amendment does is it removes the regular license plate, the $10 fee, but keeps the $11 fee for personalized. And so I'd just like to share just a little bit of information. We have the 8th highest effective vehicle tax rate in the United States. Our taxes and fees are roughly $500 above the national average. So I think not adding another $10, in essence, what I would call a tax, on to everybody, except if you elect to choose a personalized license plate, is the right thing to do. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was curious, does this create a fiscal note? And if so, what is that amount that it adds back to the state?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. I don't believe it does. This would be an additional fee on top of what people already pay, so I don't believe there would be any fiscal impact to the state.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a cost to create those plates. That's around $9.47, I think $9.60 that the state already pays. And the shift of the reason there is a look to have those license plates be fee funded was to alleviate that cost that we're already paying for that service. That was a wash, was I think $9.40. And I was just curious that there has to be some fiscal impact if we are saying that now we have to go back to reimbursing the manufacturer of the license plate. So I think all I would say is there's cost to when we do these things, and it's worth at least having that information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions? The chair recognizes the senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, if we didn't have a million license plates, maybe we wouldn't need this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. My question, I know in those special budget committee hearings, we were hearing that we were subsidizing for all license plates because we were not recouping the amount. So my question, and I think the senator from Leavenworth was hitting on this, that especially when they're mailing those out, we're not even covering the cost of those license plates. So my question is, did the senator know this when she asked for this amendment?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I am aware that the cost is higher, especially for the personalized, but nevertheless, again, in Kansas, when you own a vehicle, you pay property tax, you pay registration fees that range from $25 for a motorcycle to $165 for an electric car, plus a title fee, plus a modernization fee, plus a county service or facility fee on a $20,000 vehicle, which sadly isn't much of a vehicle anymore. Annually, Kansans are taxed $380 to $530 for the privilege of owning a car. Mr. Chair, I think we can find the fee to pay for the tag in this instance. If you want a personalized plate, I see paying extra for that. But why on earth are we adding additional money? We should be able to fund that within all of the fees and taxes that owners of vehicles already incur.
Senator from Johnson.
I would just say, I think as we're trying to figure efficiency, one of the best things so you can be efficient is finding actually what something costs and then recouping that dollar. So I'm going to be opposed to this amendment.
Additional questions for the senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, and that is the key, that we need to figure out what the actual cost is before we just throw a number in and charge our constituents. So I appreciate the amendment. I rise in support. Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, Senator from Sedgwick, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just remind the body, this was the original position of the tax committee. With that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. We're back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Sherman. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to say this is Appropriations Day, and I have been around a long time. How many times have I said that? But not every year do you get to work a budget on the floor. I mean, there have been times where the leadership, well, we'll do that in conference committee, you don't get a chance to work. So again, I want to thank those behind me who are in charge for letting us have a day to work this. The second thing I want to say is I'm not on the Appropriations Committee or the Ways and Means Committee. And so this is our only chance, the rest of us' only chance as in the committee of the whole, to look at this. So we appreciate the work, Mr. Chairman, that goes into this book, but some of us have ideas too. And so I don't want anybody who, when I offer an amendment, to think I'm trying to gig the Ways and Means Committee. It's just my chance. So here we go. I have an amendment.
And the amendment has a number?
It does have a number, Mr. Chairman, and as soon as I put my glasses on.
Have you turned it in?
I have turned it in. It's number 3978.
3978. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Cherokee, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll be happy to explain it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Those of us in the legislature have the opportunity to use a service called Indigov. And a couple of years ago, the legislature decided to purchase this for the use of the members. And we spent, I think, $1 million on it. I don't think I was here when that happened. And, you know, so in the last 3 years, they've signed up 8 people. There are 8 people in the legislature that are signed up to use Indigov. One person's using it. And it was almost $1 million. Seems to me like after 2 or 3 years of not using a service, maybe we ought to save the taxpayers the money. This eliminates Indigov when the contract is up. Saves us over $500,000. Well, amendment, if you look at the memo, tells you how it works.
Is that your explanation? Okay, questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I just rise in support of this. I actually looked at Indigov. I was at first very excited about it, and then had the prototype in my office and looking at it. And as I was trying to email myself as a constituent, it never came through because our data is only as good as the data that we get, and I was not my own constituent. So I think this is a good savings of taxpayer dollars.
Additional questions on the amendment for the senator from Cherokee? Seeing none, senator from Cherokee, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I'm not jinxed now, but I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill as amended. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. For the carrier of the bill on page 27 of the bill, on line 23, there is a proviso, and it deals with a loan. I guess it's kind of a PMIB loan, something similar to what we did last year. Can the carrier of the bill explain that to me?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question: Are we talking about the loan for the air aviation business?
Yes.
With Yingling?
Yes.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Yes, thank you. There's currently a program that allows businesses to apply for a low-interest loan, and it goes through, I think this particular one is through the state treasurer, and it goes through a local bank, and it's open for, we've done these in the past, so we've done many of them.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So was this included in the budget that, when the Budget Committee met, did they include this before? Was this in all along, or did this get added in committee?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this was something we added in our full committee.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is very similar to a program that was adopted by the legislature last year for $30 million. And does the carrier of the bill know what's happened to that money?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I haven't checked on that recently, but I think the project from last year is progressing, the last I heard, but I guess I could ask, excuse me a minute, I'll ask staff. They're checking on the computer, see what the utilization is on it, so as soon as they give it to me, I'll share it.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger, did you have additional questions?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I knew the answer to the question. I just thought maybe. It did get used last year. $7 million went to a business in Wichita. The business wanted more, but they didn't qualify for more. And so the other $23 million went to NIAR. It's just sitting there. So this particular $50 million that's in this one, is it for one specific company? Do you know what this is going to be used for?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I believe it's going to be used for the painting of aircraft.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you. Thank you. He's correct. Madam Chairman, you know, the PMIB, I used to be on the, done everything once, I was on the PMIB board. And those members of the PMIB board have a fiduciary responsibility to get the best return on investment to the taxpayer of the state. That's their duty. The legislature, of course, has the authority to take money out of that. It's state money. We can take it out of that, or we can do other things with it. And what this particular proviso allows is for $50 million to be made available to a bank at 2% below market value. So the bank gets a sweetheart deal. They put money in at 2% below what they could earn on T-bills or something like that. And in turn, loan it to an individual at 2% below that. Maybe 3% below that. We can read the proviso and see. So it's a sweetheart deal all the way around. And the borrower has to be credit worthy. And I know the borrowers last year were very credit worthy. They owned banks. And the borrowers this year, who I've heard it is, I don't know, very credit worthy, owned by a Boca Raton investment company. But we've decided that it's such a good deal that we're going to use taxpayers' money to fund it. I think I don't have a problem with people investing in Wichita. I think this particular thing is going to be in Wichita. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's probably good economic development. I just don't think the PMIB should be used as a piggy bank for people who are very wealthy to get sweetheart deals from the state. So I have an amendment.
Does it have a number?
Yes, it's 3957.
Give us a moment to get that distributed. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I can explain it.
Please proceed.
Madam Chairman, this simply strikes the proviso. So it looks, the amendment looks very simple. And if you have the bill, and you can go to page 27, line 23, and it strikes a page and a half's worth of proviso. And I actually have, well, if you don't have the bill, I have the proviso if you want it. It's kind of lengthy. It explains in detail who qualifies for it. So much detail, there's probably one person that qualifies for it. It's $50 million. That's what it does.
Are there questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Clamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we were talking about this group in Wichita, I think it's important to note that since 2023, as they've taken over this organization, they've grown from 124 employees to over 400. They're asking for a low interest rate note, and I do think it's important to also call out there's 121 new people that'll be employed by this effort. The average wage is $91,000. It's a paint booth that allows them to be competitive around the world. And I look at that, and we continue to hand out credits and other things. And here's a moment in time that we have a $1 million delta from the interest rate that would be lost, with approximately a $10 million gain from the employees that are coming in and the additional revenue that comes from those wages. I think we are in that business of making those decisions. And when I look at this, this is one of the good opportunities for an organization that has its values. It's in aviation. It values being in the state of Kansas. And we should be open to something that's good for Kansas with a number of people, because we have an outflow of people. And this is one way that we can keep them. So I guess my question would be, was the runner of the amendment aware of the additional jobs and what it's going to do for the state of Kansas?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It may be very worthwhile of a project, and gosh, we have a lot of money out there that we give away out of the Department of Commerce every year for worthwhile projects. So I'm not being critical of the company, but I've got a factory in Baxter Springs, we invented water jet cutting. And boy, if I could get them a 1% loan, they'd sure take it. And I think if you'd go to any of your banks in your district, say, would your borrowers like to have a 1% loan? Yeah, we'll take it. So we've decided, because somebody came here to us, that they would be the ones to get it. Nowhere in the proviso does it say they have to hire one person. Nowhere in the proviso does it say anything about all that. It says you qualify if you're going to paint planes in an airport hangar on an international airport to get the money, if the bank will approve it. So.
Additional questions. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Klemp pretty much nailed it. I think that this is obviously down in my district area, and it's very important, these jobs. This company was looking at Delaware and moving their plant there. This particular proviso, by the way, one thing that wasn't mentioned, it is being done through a Kansas bank. So I am in full support of this. Thank you.
Senator
I'm in full support of continuing it and not the amendment.
Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And along with the senator from Sedgwick, that was pretty much what I wanted to add. I did understand that they would not be in Kansas, and so I am not in favor of Kansas being a bank. I'm generally not in favor of I think the best economic development is to lower everybody's taxes. But we are where we are, and we have the program that we have, and I think for this particular instance, I would oppose this amendment.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask the Ways and Means Chair a question.
He's standing.
During the Ways and Means hearing on the budget, was there a proviso to require a return on investment on any proviso that was put in?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I believe there was.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
And that was not in effect when this proviso that we're talking about today went in. Is that correct?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
I believe that's correct.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need to know what the cost is. We're hearing that we're losing money on this deal. We're giving money away. But I think if we had a return on investment, we would see the opposite. We've already heard 141 jobs, $91,000 a year jobs. If my math is right, it's over $12 million a year income. Income tax on that is close to $700,000 the first year. Over a 10-year period, you're looking at $900,000 at the end. If we factor in sales tax on the $50 million building that we're going to build up there, I don't know exactly what that number is, but it's a substantial number. If we factor in then the income tax on the people that are going to build that building, it is a substantial number. And then we have real estate tax. Where are these people, the 141 people, going to live? They're going to live somewhere. If you live in a modest house, a $250,000 to $300,000 house, they will have to pay income tax or property tax on that. And then we talked about what this really does. This is a loan from the PIB loan. PIB, it's a program that exists today. We've used it several times. That money is loaned to this new group at 2% below what PMIB is, which right now is about 4.1 or something like that. So it would be loaned to a bank, not this individual, loaned to a bank at 2% below what PMIB is. The bank then will loan it to this group. So the cost to the state is a loss of 2% on $50 million or $1 million a year. And of course, you're going to make payments for those 10 years. So that goes down. That $1 million a year loss will reduce as we go down. So if we total up everything I have here, oh, there's one other thing. That bank will be paying income tax, not an income tax. It's a privilege tax on the money they are receiving, which is over $2 million a year in money coming back into that bank. So if we total up all of those items, remember, we're talking about $50 million, and it's guaranteed not by the person that we're loaning it to, but it's guaranteed by the bank. If we total up everything, my ROI that I think is $21 million return on the investment. And our loss is less than $10 million. So if we had when we tried to make this decision, if we had that type of information and we had the ROI on these type of decisions, it would make that a lot easier. It would have made it a lot easier for me. These are my numbers. So as far as credibility, it's just right here what I got on paper. But think about $13 million income every year coming into the state of Kansas. People are going to be working at this, and they will pay from $700,000 to $800,000 a year in income tax to the state. Not counting sales tax, not counting anything else they use. So this program here is something that is going to be unique to Kansas. Building 2 hangars in Wichita, the air capital of the world. When they're in this hangar, they can do the paint. They'll paint large, not commercial aircraft, they'll paint large private aircraft. My understanding, these come from not just the United States, but all over. Their biggest market is from South America. They've already got people looking to bring their planes here to paint. So this isn't a risk in that case. They've got work to do. But while they're here, they will also do the MRO. They'll do the interiors for these planes. So what this is an opportunity to bring jobs to Kansas, bring more income tax to the state, and I truly support this project, and I would urge the body not to support this amendment.
Senator from Cherokee, do you wish to respond? Senator from Dickinson, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kansas is rapidly evolving into one of the top aircraft production and maintenance states in the country. We have money invested in many different things through our investment pool and also through our retirement pool. We invest in things in the state, we invest in things outside the state, we invest in things outside our nation. This particular investment pool use is not only well secured, it also is providing high-paying jobs, and at last report, close to 400 of them. We need to not be envious of those that have activities that are economic activities elsewhere, but we need to be supportive of the idea that we can leverage money that is returning very little return to the state and leverage that money into high-paying jobs, good industry, and future expansion. I urge the body to vote no on this amendment.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will not dispute anything that's been said by those who oppose this amendment. However, I support the amendment. There's no denying, no one could deny that we want this business in Kansas. This would be a great business to have in Kansas, provide great jobs, provide economic benefit, provide a tax base. I mean, we could just go on and on, as we've already heard people go on and on. So the economic impact is good. It's a good thing. But is it the responsibility of government to pick winners and losers, such as this case? I ask those who build planes in our state, the Boeing, the Cessnas, the big, the small, where do you get your planes painted? They do it themselves. So we're not asking someone to come in to paint planes that are being built here. So what we've got here is pretty simple, pretty basic. I guess, Madam Chairman, it just boils down to your philosophy. Should a private bank use taxpayer money that we give them to loan to a private business? So we're taking money from the PMIB. We were told in committee, by the way, this was well discussed in committee in a split vote. We were told in committee that the prime at that time was 3.18%. So we're going to then loan this to the bank, and then the bank will pay us 2% less than that 3.18. That means we're going to get 1.18% rather than the prime, which actually in our PMIB, we're outperforming that significantly. We're bringing in our investors, our PMIB, our board is doing a great job. The ROI on this money is really good, the interest return. So again, this business, I want it here. I just don't think, Madam Chairman, it's the responsibility of us to take taxpayer money, as I've said, give to a private bank, to then loan to a private entity. I guess if the body decides that's the way that we want to do business, then we should start loaning out more money, more taxpayer money, at a really low interest rate to bring a lot of business into our state. The airline business, or the aircraft business, is important to our state, but it pales in comparison to the agriculture in our state. Agriculture is the #1 industry by far, more than double the #2 industry. So are we going to now start loaning money to, taxpayer money to a bank to loan to farmers to buy their combine? Because those combines, those are expensive. Ask anyone who's in production agriculture. You can spend over $1 million easily on a combine. You get the head, you're talking about a lot of money. So I would urge that we adopt this amendment. If we start down this road this year, will we ever be able to stop? Or will we always be getting a lower return on our PMIB money than what we should be? So I would urge support of this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just real quickly, it is the role of this body to make decisions like that. That's what we do. So and I'm not criticizing those that are having the opposite position to me. If you're just fundamentally opposed to there ever being any type of loan situation, that's one thing. But it's striking to me that we're okay with just giving it away versus loaning it with a return. You know, we've got housing tax credits and angel investor tax credits and alternative fuel tax credits. Those are all business. And by the way, as a former builder, right, that was in construction, when I went down and bought my skid steer and my tractor, I paid sales tax. So when you talk about our biggest industry in the Kansas, which is ag, which is true, they don't pay any sales tax. We have made that decision. Then on farm machinery and equipment, you don't pay any sales tax. It's a big, and it's just zero. I literally built an area where the guy next to me was a farmer, so his skid steer, he paid zero, I paid full freight. And it was part of my product too. So these are the kind of decisions we make. So the decision here is, do you want to loan it and get a return that's a delta positive versus just give it away? And I would even answer, Vice President mentioned his water jet, the guys that invented water jet technology down there. If they came and said, we just expanded from 150 to 400 employees, if we had a 1% low interest loan, we're going to go to another 150 employees, yes, I think I would do that. So it's just about what is that project. I mean, sure, every business is going to want a low interest loan, but not every business is investing hundreds of millions of dollars and growing their position in Kansas. So I think about it. It's on principle. If you're voting for it on principle that we should not loan ever, that's one thing. But it is the decision of this legislature how we appropriate, give credit or not in business across this state. And so obviously I oppose the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm standing in opposition to this, and I think the President just took most of what I was going to say, other than the fact that, again, it's not a tax credit, it's not a grant, it's a loan. Here, Forbes comes up to my district, and we are on a MRO project, and we're excited about what it's going to bring to our community here, and to know that we can have this happening in other communities around the state. We've have and currently done other things, catalysts to see some type of growth. In this particular field of aviation is, I think, great for our state, and now that it's expanding outward, I just think we need to keep on track, and I respect some of the words that our other senator from Montgomery, shared with us, but I think it's important to recognize that this is helping us in an economic drive for what's ahead. So I oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Second time on the amendment, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you. I just wanted to do a quick fact check because something didn't seem right, and sure enough, manufacturing in Kansas, as far as GDP is concerned, is $26 billion. Agriculture is $4.7 billion. So that's about 5.6 times higher for manufacturing versus agriculture. To break it into a percentage of the economy, manufacturing is about 15% of Kansas GDP, and agriculture is less than 3%. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you very much. And when I started, Madam Chair, I said that I had nothing against this company. Can't blame them for wanting free money or cheap money. You know, you can't blame them for that. But the example the senator from Cali used, they would be borrowing money at 0.25%. I'm not sure the paperwork's worth the 2.5. I mean, that's less than 1% that a mega company with very wealthy investors are going to be paying. Nothing in this proviso says they're going to hire one person. We hear, oh, they're going to have these jobs. Why didn't they put it in the proviso? All it says is they're going to get a loan really cheap. and everybody else is left out of it. We did this last year. 1-year deal. The 1-year deal is you've got 1 year to take the money. It doesn't say you have 1 year to keep it. We haven't got any of that money back yet. This one, I hear they're going to pay it off. And there's nothing in this proviso says they have to pay one bit of principal on this loan at all. So we have all this stuff's going to happen. And I don't distrust anyone who thinks it's going to happen. But you know, the economy goes to 2008, and we're going to be looking at a whole different thing. I ran for treasurer in 2002 against an incumbent treasurer who had decided that she would take the municipal investment pool money, city and county money, and invest it in A-graded stocks. The economy went south. She lost $600 million. I'd already filed against her. I thought, this is a bird nest on the ground. She resigned and left. It can happen. And we can sit here and say it isn't going to happen. And I don't think it will happen. But this is taxpayer money. And I think if we want to have a revolving loan fund for business, we should set some parameters up that really do call for jobs, really do call for paybacks, really do put terms in it. Not just if you qualify by being in this particular business, you get the money. It's up to the will of the body. I appreciate the opportunity to bring it to everyone's attention. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Not seeing 5 hands. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Hallie. Argabright. Bellinger. Blazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Valscudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Eck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schellenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Has every senator had a chance to vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
No.
Senator from Cherokee. Okay. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 18 voting in favor and 22 against. The amendment fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have another amendment. It's number 3961.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'd be happy to explain it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
You may proceed.
We have other MRO projects around the state. I think we can all figure out where they are by the last vote. There's a $32 million one in Salina, and there is a 10, I think a 12, well, it's 10 and 2 in Topeka. And these are MRO projects that they've approved in the past. The money hasn't been spent yet. What this amendment does is it takes 34, let me put my glasses on, Madam Chairman, I'm sorry. It takes 33 million of those projects, which money's sitting there for them, and puts it into employee pay. It's 2.5% pay for all state employees. I think, Madam Chairman, I think before the session's over, I think we've been told that employee pay will be addressed. I think it hasn't been addressed because we want to keep the budget looking down, and at the end, they'll put it in and try to get everybody to vote for the budget. That's what I'd be doing if I were them. This would just fund the employee pay by eliminating those two projects, one in Salina and one in Topeka. And they're MRO projects. For a different company. This company's out of Mesa, Arizona. They're all over the country. And they're gonna paint airplanes, believe it or not. Thank you.
Questions for the carry of the amendment? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The maker of this amendment, you know that if there's contracts signed for both of these projects or not?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
I'm not positive. I know they've been doing contract negotiations.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My understanding is that I think both of them have signed contracts for these projects.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do really appreciate the senator from Cherokee addressing the wage issue for our state employees, and I did put a handout on each one of your desks that have the state employees by county, and a 2.5% increase would probably be about $30 million. However, this is not the place to find the dollars, and I will speak to the MRO project. $10 million that was allocated last budget cycle for Topeka. That MRO contract has been signed, an agreement has been reached, and we are in the process of getting all of the design work approved. So those dollars are no longer available. So I would stand in opposition to the source of the funds, the $10 million at least for the MRO project in Topeka. I do appreciate, though, looking at a way to fund salary increases for our state employees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was trying to check with the revisor, but I did have a couple questions. So we're just on, so I'm clarity. I'm not sure this actually meets PAYGO, but I'm not going to challenge it because we're taking a one-time source, right? This is money that was questioned or not. I don't think it's not a question. I think we just heard from the senator from Shawnee that it's even encumbered. But you're taking a one-time source and creating a forever expense that grows. Matter of fact, it's not just the SGF. There's money that's required then from special revenue funds, and you've got the capers element to it. And so it's not just a straight up 34 for 34. This is 34 for a whole lot more than 34 in perpetuity. So just I want the body to be aware on that front. Doing this takes one-time encumbered money, which means you're really not going to be able to take it, and applies it to a forever expense in the out years.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just standing in opposition to this and go off the curtails of what the senator from Shawnee had shared. Thank you.
Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just join with my fellow senators that represent Shawnee County that the Topeka Airport Authority worked very hard to put this contract into place in less than a year. So on our piece of that, I'll be opposing that amendment.
Any additional questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And of course, as we know around here, all money is subject to appropriation. So I don't know why people would start long-term contracts on one-year funding, but they do. The $10 million for Topeka isn't, the $10 million for Topeka is not part of this. It's my understanding that Wichita State has got $7 million for 5 years, so $35 million. It's not touched in this for digital transformation. 21 million SGF's been spent so far. There's 14 million left there. We didn't go after that. There's 36 million SGF allocated in 2025 for MRO. 2 million has been spent. So the money we're talking about here is 2 million of it has been spent. 34 million of it is still available. And there's an additional 10 million that was requested in 26. There's a total of 44 million for these two projects that we've kind of earmarked for them. So, it's where you want to spend your money. If you want to spend it on more paint for airplanes, you've sure got an opportunity to do that. If you want to pay state employees a little more, this would be one way to do it without costing us any long-term money. I move my amendment.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've got 6 or 7, 8 amendments here to add spending. Just kidding. Don't have that many amendments, and I won't be adding spending, that's for certain. But back in 2008, I realized there were very few of you here at that time. The legislature decided to borrow money for a computer system for the Division of Vehicles and some other equipment. $40 million. I didn't support the bonding, but that's history. But we decided as a legislature at that time to implement a $4 surcharge on vehicles to pay for that. I guess I could argue in favor of that. I didn't at that time. I argued against it. I said we should just write a check because we had the money at that time. But we passed legislation and put this $4 surcharge in, and it says that all expenditures from the Division of Vehicles Modernization Charge shall be made in accordance with appropriation acts. And then it goes on to say a little bit later, modernization surcharge in the amount of $4 for each vehicle being registered. The provisions of this section shall expire on January 1, 2013. Last time I looked at a calendar, we were significantly past January 20 of 13. The computer system, the modernization that we bonded and designated the $4 per vehicle has been paid off, long paid off. In 2010, the legislature decided, you know, this is a pretty good deal, taking this extra money from vehicle owners. So we think we're just going to continue that. And we're going to, once the bond is paid off on January the 1st, 2013, we're going to continue with this $4 surcharge on every vehicle registration and put it in the state highway fund. Well, it hasn't always worked out that way. So I'm going to offer an amendment here in a moment, Madam Chairman, to allow us to reduce the price, as we've already done once today, for vehicle registration when you renew your vehicle tag. The 2015 legislature, according to information I've got, directed $1 of the surcharge to a maximum of $10 to go to different funds. $1 also goes to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation Criminal Justice Information System Line Fund. There is 50 cents of that $4 goes to the departments, which means Department of Revenues, the Department of Administration's Digital Imaging Program Fund. So that's $2.50, or $2.5 million out of that $4 that we're charging, which brings in a total of around $12.5 million to the State Highway Fund. But I have long been frustrated, Madam Chairman, because of the deception that the legislature put on Kansans. We're borrowing this money for a modernization fund. We're going to charge you $4 to pay for it. Once it's paid off, it's going to sunset. Well, as we have seen, as if you've been around any time at all, things just don't sunset around here very well at all. So I've got an amendment so we can go ahead and go back to the Senate Tax Committee position, because we worked a lot of time on making certain that we get this budget right when we looked at the Department of Revenue's budget. And so I've got an amendment. It has been turned in. The amendment number is not that one. It's not that one either. Let's see, which one is it here? No, I've got it. It's 3985.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator from Montgomery, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'm going to explain it, Madam Chairman, to save time. If you have a copy of the amendment, by the way, colleagues, the first page 1 and 2, that's current statute, that's language. I'm not changing that. But on page 3, you will see where the change is made. And what this simply does is reduces this $4 modernization charge, which is on every vehicle, down to $1. So we're saving $3. Not big savings, but hey, I'll take $3 savings anywhere I can get $3 savings. And that extra $1 then will go to county treasurer's offices, because they're the ones who are actually collecting the money and renewing the tags for the most part. I realize that sometimes people do it mail-in, but those of us in rural areas a lot of times like to do it via going to the tag office, as we call it. So it's pretty simple, straightforward. Reduces the modernization charge from $4 to $1, and the money stays with the county treasurers rather than going to the state. And with that, Madam Chairman, I'll be glad to stand for questions.
Questions for the carry of the amendment. Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is removing $3 of the $4, what is that currently funding?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The money most of it goes to the State Highway Fund. The State Highway Fund is about $1.8 billion, between $1.5 to $2 billion annually is what we appropriate. So this is, in round numbers, about $12 million. And then there's also some money, as has been mentioned, that goes to the Highway Patrol for some type of a system for, the KBI for a criminal justice information system. And it goes some to the Division of Vehicles of the Department of Revenue and some to the Department of Administration's Digital Imaging Fund.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Does any of this go to a mental health project?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Not that I'm aware of.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you. So what is your suggestion that we use to fund these projects that you mentioned that are no longer receiving the funding?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The money that comes from the modernization charge will be eliminated. And if the legislature feels that we do need to fund these particular programs, we'll need to find another funding source. Most likely, it would still come from, I'm not going to speculate, Madam Chairman. I could speculate all day long, whether it comes from State Water Plan Fund, I doubt that. Whether it comes from something else, maybe we should just loan it to them. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go down that road. I don't have an answer, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This was discussed in committee, and the committee decided to leave this in place, but leave it up to the will of the body. That's the way it goes today.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The carrier of the amendment said that some of the, which by the way, I appreciate the hope of reducing the registration fee on vehicles. However, I think there might be some unintended consequences, and I just want to walk down that road with him. Does he know exactly the amount of funding that will be hit to the highway fund with this amendment?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't know the exact dollar amount, but it's around $12.5 million that would stay in the pockets of taxpayers versus going to the State Highway Fund.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. $12 million is approximately how much we spend every year on our local share program, cost share program, which is funding that goes to our predominantly small rural communities that helps prevent tax increases, property tax increases, to ensure that small communities continue to invest in transportation projects. Can the carrier of the amendment help clarify? He mentioned something about digital imaging fund. Is he aware that this is the fund that provides jobs for our folks with cerebral palsy?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a very important program that has really instilled hope and dignity to a lot of folks with disabilities who have a job and are very happy to go to work every day. And I'd really hate to see that program go away. They provide an excellent service for the people of Kansas, and so I will be strongly opposing the amendment. However, I do appreciate the thought of reducing the registration fees.
Additional questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The programs that this money is funding don't have to go away. Just find a different funding source. We do that all the time. I am just trying to do two things here. One, save vehicle owners money when they register their vehicle. I realize it's only $3, but it's $3. But the bigger picture item here for me, Madam Chairman, is since 2008, what was that, 18 years ago? We have been misleading Kansas vehicle owners as to what this is. Because when you look on your vehicle registration, it says Vehicle Modernization Fund. I have constituents ask me, hey, what's this $4 about? In fact, well, that's because we decided we wanted to replace a fund or a system by borrowing rather than paying cash for it. Oh, are you still paying on it? No, it paid off in 2013. Wait a minute. So it's just been an issue, so it'll be up to the will of the body. But with that, Madam Chairman, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for Senator from Sherman, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We had fairly lengthy discussions, and it got fairly heated in Ways and Means, because we learned that money that we had allocated, when I say we, the legislature, had allocated to go to Meals on Wheels, was not getting to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels programs, Madam Chairman, is a program that provides meals to shut-ins, mostly senior citizens. So we decided, well, we will just add money to an agency to the tune of $3 million and then require that half of the money get to Meals on Wheels. I didn't really think that was really the way that we should go. So I have an amendment that will reduce that $3 million and require that 75%, I really should have gone probably 100, but require that 75% of the money go to Meals on Wheels. The amendment has been turned in. The amendment number is 4019.
Give us a moment to get it distributed, please. Senator from Montgomery, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's really short, so I'm not going to have it read, and it's pretty straightforward. It just subtracts $3 million from the agency, and then when it says adding, what that does, it makes certain it ensures that 75% of the money that we are appropriating for Meals on Wheels actually gets to Meals on Wheels. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First off, I will oppose this. I don't think we should ever cut our funding for Meals on Wheels. And to take $3 million off, I think is not the right direction to go. So I oppose this.
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we added the $3 million to Meals on Wheels because the significant wait list that exists for our elderly, for our frail, that need these meals. As part of adding this, there was also language added in this proviso. So by adding $3 million, it raised total Meals on Wheels funding to $10 million. Currently it's at $7 million. However, it took $5 million and ensured that it gets directly in the hands of the meal providers. Because what we heard during committee testimony, during subcommittee testimony, is that these dollars aren't getting to the providers. That in a number of cases, either the agency itself is using an inappropriate formula to get these monies to area on agencies, simply based on how well their application was written, regardless of their waiting list. And so what we did is we took that $5 million and we said, $5 million is going to be directly allocated, bypassing the AAAs intentionally, to ensure that the money actually gets to the meal providers. Now, if the AAA is a meal provider, they will participate in that based on a simple formula of the number of meals that you provide plus your waiting list. So the whole intent of that is to make sure that we're feeding our elderly. For so many of them, this is the only outside contact that they will have during their day. We're providing a lifeline to so many of them, and to have thousands on the waiting list is very concerning. When we also found out that we also have certain AAAs in the state, areas on aging, that are putting administrative costs above actually feeding our hungry and our elderly, that is why we made the amendment we did. So I oppose this. I understand we're looking for places to cut the budget, but I certainly don't believe the budget should be balanced in this manner at this time, and I certainly want to see these funds truly get to those service providers. Thank you.
Senator Okay, Senator Petty. Wyandotte. I apologize, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, yes, as was just mentioned, the committee did add this funding, and I stand in against this motion. But I would say that I think that the proviso language that was added on in committee is an example of sometimes we do make rash decisions without all the information. And I know myself and others have received information from our area agencies on aging, and that now the way we have this distributed is not fair. And and they were not involved in the conversation, either the area agencies on aging or the KDADs for the allocation. So we put in there some like reporting that our area agencies on aging, they already do a monthly reporting, but they don't do what we've now required within the proviso. None of them want to have a wait list. One of the things that is important to know when it comes to our area agencies on aging and Meals on Wheels is that they were recipients of COVID-19 funding that did help to them to have some expanded federal dollars, but those have now gone away. And that did then create that everyone has waiting lists. So they, both the KDADs and the area agencies on aging, they want to make sure that the appropriate new fundings for nutrition services, that we use the formula that's already in place by ACL and that state Kansas plan, so that we don't end up then having winners and losers. So we need to keep this funding in here. A couple of years ago, I had to work in conference committee just to get an additional $1 million. So I'm very glad to see that we have put in this $3 million. I don't want to see us reduce that in any way, but I do think that we should be sensitive to making sure that we look at how we what system we have in place and not destroying that system because a provider says they didn't get a fair amount of money in one distribution. And there seems to be more of a backstory there than we dealt with when we were in committee. So I do rise in opposition to the amendment.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Kluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and excuse my voice. I hadn't been feeling the best, but I rise in opposition to this amendment, and while I appreciate the senator from Wyandotte as well opposing this, the thing I would add that the senator from Harvey had already mentioned, the language was purposeful because we had a couple, maybe 2 or 3 agencies with the waiting list that when the monies was appropriated in the prior year, I know the one in Topeka, Meals on Wheels, they did not receive 1 dime of that money. And I never found that out till this session a year later. And so we wanted to make sure that it would be distributed equally fair and based on the amount of people that are on that waiting list. So if one place has more people, then we're making sure they're getting the funds that are necessary to feed those individuals. And if a place is less, the same. So I do, again, say I oppose this amendment, and but I do feel like the language was necessary. So thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One of the best ways to defeat a measure, a bill, an amendment, is to create total confusion. And that has been created here on this amendment. Do the math. We put in $10 million, Ways and Means, put in $10 million and said half of it, $5 million, has to go to Meals on Wheels. This amendment puts the dollar level at $7 million and says 75% must go to Meals on Wheels. So this is not a cut to Meals on Wheels. This is an increase to Meals on Wheels of $250,000. The math is pretty simple because the money was not going to Meals on Wheels. It was going to administrative costs. It was going to other things. And that's the reason we put the $3 million in, to make certain that the Meals on Wheels programs get more money. We put the $3 million in to put it at 7 and said half, 50%, half of $10 million is $5 million, has to go to Meals on Wheels. I remember in the committee, sorry for laughing, but I got a little bit upset. Every committee member will remember, and staff seems to have remembered, at least those I've talked to, that yes, the senator from Montgomery got rather upset when he learned that we were giving money as a legislature to Meals on Wheels, and it was not going there. So our fix was, well, let's just increase the amount of money that's going to KDADs and the AAAs and tell them half of it, half of this money we give you that we want really to go to Meals on Wheels has to go to Meals on Wheels. This amendment says 75% of a lesser amount, which means more money, goes to Meals on Wheels. So if you oppose Meals on Wheels, if you want to cut the amount of money that goes to Meals on Wheels, you should oppose this amendment. Because this amendment ensures $5.25 million go to Meals on Wheels. Without this amendment, the overriding bill ensures $5 million goes to Meals on Wheels. The other administrative costs, all that, hey, KDADs, they can deal with that. But I could not believe, Madam Chairman, in the Ways and Means Committee that our remedy to poor behavior was to just give them more money. So again, please don't get confused by the fact that there's a $3 million cut in here. Because the $3 million cut is not to Meals on Wheels. My whole purpose, my whole intent in this amendment is one thing: get more money to Meals on Wheels, to our shut-ins, to our seniors, who sometimes, as it's been mentioned, that's their only contact during a day. So I'm going to close with that, leave it up to the will of the body, and if this amendment doesn't go on, the conference committee might, I'm sure they will take another look, and hopefully they will make certain that additional money gets to Meals on Wheels. With that, Madam Chairman, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Sherman, senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We often hear in here that there's no such thing as a simple bill. Well, it turns out there's also no such thing as a simple amendment. Earlier in our process today, we passed an amendment on a transparency bill, or a transparency amendment, if you'll recall. And shortly thereafter, we passed another amendment without questions. That's my mistake. I should have asked more questions. Maybe we should have asked more questions, because I inherently trust the process, right? That what we're hearing and what we're hearing on amendments is going to be explained very fully. And so what wasn't made clear is where the money would come from. So I have an amendment. It has been turned in. The number's 4027, and I'm ready to explain it when you're ready.
Thank you. Give us a moment to get that distributed. Senator, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does is it strikes the amendment number 4012 that we passed earlier without question. And let me explain myself and explain why I believe that at a minimum we need to have a clear discussion on this amendment. So to be clear, when this amendment was made, it was defined as the Property Tax Relief Fund, and we were told no money, no cost would establish the fund, that it would be done in the future. And that is correct. What I failed to ask the bringer of that motion was where that funding was coming from in the future. And having researched and actually took the time to look at the bill and to look at where that funding is coming from, I want to share where that funding is coming from. A proviso was added in this bill that adds language to transfer the gross iLottery sales in excess of $80 million from the Lottery Operating Fund to the State Finance Council for home and community-based services, provided that the first $8 million be transferred to the Community Crisis Stabilization Centers Fund and the Clubhouse Model Program within Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. And so, what has happened here is we're redirecting those funds that in the proviso had been set aside for HCBS funding, and we're redirecting those funds to the Property Tax Relief Fund. I believe that it's important that we have that communication, and possibly that's what people want, and I'm okay with that. If the body ultimately decides to redirect these iLottery winnings away, or these iLottery funds away from the HCBS services that were in the budget, then I fully am fine with that. But I do believe that we need to have an open and transparent discussion about where those funds are coming from and where they're being redirected to. And so with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There is no way I intended to mislead this body. I grabbed the wrong amendment. I have, and the other one's on its way up. I thought that I had the amendment that was only to establish the Property Tax Relief Fund, that it was not pulling from the I fund in that amendment. I was going to run that at a later time. If the body wishes to repeal that and reverse that position, I completely understand it. I would never try to mislead this body, ever. So I appreciate the senator bringing this, and we are going to, I do want this fund out here for a couple of reasons. We're going to look at legislation and possibly a new tax on renewables, on nameplate capacity and production, and we want this fund established so that we can put those types of funds in to buy down the, and if it's the wish of the body, not to take the I funds and establish and use that as an initial deposit to this fund, that's fine. But I will be bringing another amendment that establishes the property relief fund. That's what I thought I had done, so I apologize to the body. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too didn't watch that amendment very close, and I apologize. I'm thankful to the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens. Thank you. Just so the body knows, here's what the proviso did in the Senate Ways and Means. First $8 million goes to the clubhouse model. After that, we were going to do some funding for the IDD community. Maybe we get that $16 to $16.50. Second or third item on there was our rest homes, the frail and elderly. They're about to start wait lists. And you know what happens when we have a wait list with the frail and elderly? They end up in a rest home. So instead of keeping them in their homes, costing maybe $3,000, we'll put them in a rest home for $12,000 a month. There's also money for mental health. We have 6 hospitals in Kansas that are helping us out with mental health because we really don't have the capacity. For $10 million, we're getting 240 beds for mental health. I think we ought to keep that in there. That's a pretty good bargain. The other proposal was employment first. This is jobs and training for our IDD community. They started this 6 months ago on a project. There's 199 of these folks working today. So I think what we were trying to do here is use the excess lottery and use it for some good items. So I support Senator Owens. Thank you.
Senator from Harvey, do you wish to respond to anything, or should I go to Senator from Lynn? Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I did inadvertently carry the wrong amendment, let's be clear, we're making a decision to reverse this. And when we do, it's these feel-good funds that were just talked about versus actual property tax relief to buy down the 20 mil. If we get, as soon as we can get approximately 45 million in there, we can take down that 20 mil to 19. This is real relief for your constituents. It's not a maybe on property tax. It actually goes to buy down property taxes. So let's be clear, if we do reverse this, we are making a decision, an important decision, and I leave it to the will of the body.
On the motion to amend, the chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to the senator from Lynn, if I may.
She is standing. Okay, Senator from Lynn, you willing to answer a question from the senator from Miami?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator Miami.
Fully appreciate the conversation about trying to buy down that 20 mils. We know that that is a pretty leading burden from a property tax basis for our constituents. Absent of other statutory change, does the creation of this fund actually compel the buy down of the 20 mils, or would that take additional legislative change in subsequent legislative sessions?
Senator from Lynn.
Mr. Chairman, just a second, please, and I'll make sure. We're going to have a tax trailer bill, if you would, that would compel the buy down. But we were establishing the fund in the budget.
Is your answer complete? You're finished with your answer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I said, we planned on a trailer bill. It will be introduced next week, or actually in the next couple days, to compel that buy down. When that money was in the fund, it was going to buy down the 20 mil each year. That's the intent of it. We're hoping that in the future we can find other resources to increase that fund and get that 20 mil to zero.
Senator from Miami.
And that trailer bill also describes establishing this fund, or one of my concerns is that the fund's established in this year's budget, but it's in the budget bill. It's not codified as its own item in statute, I guess is kind of the concern that I'm trying to address. I actually voted no to the initial amendment because of these kind of concerns, so using this as an opportunity to talk through this now at this point in time.
So did you ask a question?
So the question is the trailer bill, does that also address or create this fund? And why would we create this fund in the budget bill as opposed to in its own bill or in this trailer bill that would compel the buy down of the 20 mils?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I had a few other amendments that would have put more money in this fund in the budget bill. But the hour's late. I don't know what the will of the body is. We'll see with the iLottery fund, but there are a few other resources from the budget that could also be used to help with property tax relief, actual property tax relief.
Additional questions for the carrier of the amendment, on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Harvey, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, let me say thank you to the Senator from Lynn for acknowledging the mistake and for apologizing for doing that. I think that we're all prone to make mistakes from time to time. We all get busy, we all get in a hurry, and sometimes that's why we should have additional debate and question, especially on provisos and floor amendments. We have a decision to make, I suppose, since this was brought up as a decision of whether to balance the budget and to whether to reduce property taxes on the backs of those that are most vulnerable, our disabled population, our frail and elderly population, our community crisis stabilization centers. And I can tell you that from my perspective, I would not balance the budget or reduce property taxes on their backs. If we want to establish a fund, I am all about establishing a fund with some clear parameters on how we're going to buy down property taxes. I believe we did that with income taxes last year, and it was a great bill based on revenue increases that would then buy down the tax rate and hopefully one day get us to a single tax rate. If we want to establish something like that, I'm very grateful for that. But I want to be sure that we understand that this is not the way to do that. And so, Mr. Chairman, I move my motion.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. Are there additional questions for the Senator from Sherman? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank everybody for their patience. I know it's getting late, but in 2011, this legislature passed the Kansas Employment First Initiative Act. We told Kansans with disabilities that competitive, integrative employment would be the first option, not the last resort, not an afterthought, but the first option when this state serves people with disabilities. We created an oversight commission, and we even put it in statute. It's KSA 44-1136 for those keeping score. We said, Kansas believes you can work. Kansas believes you should work alongside your neighbors for real wages in real jobs. That was 15 years ago. And you know, the Employment First Oversight Commission told us in the most recent report that almost none of the recommendations have been fully implemented. And I'll cut to the chase here a little bit. Here's the problem, right? Is that down in Wichita right now, we have young people with intellectual disabilities that land a job, but if they get the weekend shift, good hours, good pay, honest work, exactly the kind of competitive, integrative employment we told them to pursue, you might be able to catch a bus on Saturday morning if the timing works out. Wichita Transit does run 16 routes on Saturdays, 1 an hour, and shuts down around 6:30 p.m. But Sunday, there's no bus, zero. Wichita Transit doesn't operate on Sundays. The Medicaid waiver covers transportation within certain day services. It does not cover the commute from home to work to the job site. Medicaid non-emergency medical transportation covers doctor visits, not employment. The provider agency can't staff weekend drivers without overtime costs that blow up their budgets. The parents are aging, sister works her own shifts. So what happens? He ends up having to turn down the Sunday hours, maybe no-shows, and eventually gets let go. And the system told him, employment first. And we just shrug and move on. So that's not a hypothetical. That is actually happening down in Sedgwick County quite often. Once is too much, but it does happen. The Bureau of Labor Statistics tells us the lack of transportation is one of the top barriers to employment for people with disabilities. Roughly 1 in 10 cite it directly. But for people with IDD specifically, that number understates the problem because most people with intellectual and developmental disabilities don't have driver's licenses. They are entirely dependent on the system that that was not really having them in mind. So, in short, in Kansas, we have about 4,500 people on the IDD waiver waiting list right now. Some have been waiting nearly a decade, and for those who are on the waiver and who have done work to get a job ready and have a job offer in the hand, we're losing them that last mile, literally the last mile, the distance from their front door to the workplace. So I have an amendment. It is S 4022.
Amendment 4022, we will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed.
Yeah. No. 0 bananas.
Senators from Sedgwick, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll just explain it. This amendment creates a $1 million pilot program to get Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities to and from work, specifically on weekends and after hours when all other options have failed them. It's fully offset. This is a story that's about a promise Kansas made and then forgot to keep keeping. What the amendment does is it puts that $1 million into a dedicated account at KDADS, administered through the Sedgwick County CDDO or through direct contracts with qualified transportation providers. It targets the gap, rides them to and from competitive, integrated employment during hours when the waiver, the bus, and the family van have all tapped out. Weekends, early mornings, late evenings. 90 cents of every dollar goes direct to transportation services. No more than $100,000 or 10% goes to administration, data collection, and reporting. And I want to say that last part again, data collection and reporting. This is not just going to be a pilot we start and we don't monitor. It's going to provide us with data. Quarterly reports go to Ways and Means, Appropriations, and the Bethel Joint Committee. You will know exactly how these people are how many people are writing, how much each trip costs, whether they're keeping their jobs at 90 and 180 days, and whether the model works. And here's the long game. The amendment directs KDAS to assess whether employment transportation should become a covered service under the IDD waiver if the pilot shows that rides to work keep people employed at sustainable costs per trip. Kansas can petition the CMS to add this as a reimbursable waiver service and unlock roughly a 60% federal match. That cuts the state's cost by more than half and makes this program sustainable at scale. This isn't a blank check. It's a proof of concept with a built-in exit ramp, also a built-in on-ramp to federal funding. I'm sure you're asking yourself, why Wichita? Well, obviously I live there, but other than that, Sedgwick County is the largest metropolitan CDDO region in the state. It has a concentration of IDD employment providers and job sites that make a pilot operationally viable. It has transportation gaps, no Sunday service, limited Saturday coverage, and that makes the problem visible and measurable. And it has a data infrastructure to generate the evidence we need to decide whether this scales statewide. If it works in Wichita, we bring it to Johnson County, Shawnee County, and every corner of the state. If it doesn't, we'll know because the reporting requirements will tell us so. The offset, I'm sure many of you are wondering, the amendment is paid for by reducing the Creative Arts Industries Commission by $500,000 and public broadcasting grants by $500,000, both from the State Economic Development Initiatives Fund. I'm asking you to weigh those dollars against the reality that there are Kansans with disabilities sitting in their living rooms on Sunday mornings, not because they don't have a job, but because they don't have a ride. We spend a great deal of time in this building talking about workforce development. We talk about labor shortage. We talk about Kansans getting good into good jobs. Well, here's a population that wants to work, that has been trained to work, that even has job offers, but can't get across town. So I'll leave you with this. If you pass my amendment, there will still be art in Kansas. If you pass my amendment, there will still be news broadcasting in Kansas. But if you don't pass my amendment, there will be Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities who will not get to work tomorrow, not because they lack the will, not because they lack the ability, not because they lack the job, because they lack a ride. We passed the Employment First 15 years ago. It's time we funded the commute. I urge your vote.
Questions on the amendment? From Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I might have missed it. Did you say how many folks this would help?
Senator from Sedgwick.
That would come from the data itself. So the idea of this pilot is to actually, in fact, get all of that data and find out how many are benefiting from this and how many are going to, at 90 and 180 days, be able to keep their job. It's kind of hard to know specifically what number there are out there because many of them aren't going to be able to apply for a job that they can't get a ride to also. So it's a challenge that's this pilot is hoping to clear up.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I don't doubt that. I've had folks in my office and some of them have other jobs and they're trying to get their young person that is developmental disabled to their job, and it's quite a challenge. I was just wanting to know if the senator knew how many of the IDD folks are working in the Wichita area. And an additional question would be, would this allow like Uber or one of those type ride shares to provide rides?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Yeah, so going back to the actual amendment itself, it is a contract administered through the Sedgwick County CDDO or through direct contracts with qualified transportation providers. I think that last part, qualified transportation providers, could very well include those, but I have it being administered through the Sedgwick County CDDO. So,
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the senator from Sedgwick. I think anything we can do to help these, but I'm not opposing this. I'd leave it to the will of the committee.
Additional questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a lot of things I like about this, but I do have a couple of questions. And that is, we know that with Medicaid, primarily transportation is used for medical appointments, et cetera, because it is a medical program. There are some people who are receiving SNAP benefits, let's say, that can get a bus ride to for their employment, limited rides to employment through the Medicaid program. So I just want to understand if this $1 million would go to whom?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, right now it's going to the CDDO, the regional CDDO.
Please address the chair.
KDADS is administering it through the CDDO.
Senator, please face the chair.
My apologies.
Can continue.
Okay, yeah, through KDADS through the is going to work with the Sedgwick County CDDO for the transportation.
Senator from Johnson.
So funds would go, and it'd be very specific, that it's just for transportation for people who qualify for transportation through the Medicaid program and only in Sedgwick County. What happens if there are funds left over in this program? Because we're saying 90%, which I like, and only 10% administration. There are funds left over in this program that, as chair of the Bob Bethel, I would like to see this report in this pilot program. Just want to make sure we know what happens with leftover funds. It's not just put in KDAD's budget.
Yeah, so...
wait just a moment. Were you finished with the...
I have.
All right, Senator from Sedgwick.
Part B, any unencumbered balance in the transportation pilot account in excess of $100 after June 30th, 2027 is is hereby reapportioned for fiscal year 2028.
Senator from Johnson.
That concludes my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Clamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the good senator from Sedgwick.
You may proceed.
Have you had conversations, have there been conversations with the group that the funding you're requesting, there's enough to cover the weekend and the gaps that you've been referencing?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I have had conversations with, I won't say the name, but with companies like Starkey, and also there are individuals that are teachers in my schools that I work in. One of them in particular, he is a guardian of these adults, and he has them both in Wichita and Salina, in fact. This, of course, is only focusing on the Wichita as a pilot, but he's the one that alerted me to this problem, and then I talked to Starkey and others, and they said, yeah, it's a real problem. We have an issue with this.
Senator from Leavenworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the senator from Sedgwick bringing the amendment.
Additional questions? The chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know that we're always looking for more support for our most vulnerable Kansans. I am concerned about where this funding is coming from. So if the senator from is it Sedgwick could go over again where these dollars are coming from.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Sure. I mean, it's in the amendment, but half of it, $500,000, comes from the Creative Arts Industries Commission, and the other half comes from the Public Broadcasting Grants. Both of them are through the State Economic Development Initiatives Fund.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So I'm concerned about now we are zeroing out the Creative Arts Industry Commission as well as the Public Broadcasting Grant. We already had reduced the Public Broadcasting Grant in the past. And so there's just the $500,000, and the $500,000 really for the Creative Arts Industry Commission can also be beneficial to our IDD community as well. I think if we're looking for how we can support our IDD community, we should be looking at programs that we already have started, and that would be like the community support waiver, which at this point does not have the funding that was requested. And that's something that this body, the legislature, has spent money on already, and we should be continue to help move that forward. So transportation is a piece that can be addressed under the community support waiver, and it helps keep people off the IDD waiver. So I think this is a really a great pilot. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that we can see it grow when we're looking at other ways to reduce our funds. And I'm very cautious about the areas, although I applaud the senator for thinking of it, that he's taking the funding from.
Chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Can I respond to that?
If you must, Senator from Sedgwick.
I must. Yeah, so listen, with all due respect, I think that the wine and cheese crowd can afford to buy their own art, and they can afford to donate to public broadcasting and get those things. But we have individuals here that can't get to work. I think that when you weigh these two priorities, and listen, the wine and cheese crowd, many of them are my constituents, and I love them, but they can afford to buy their own art and fund their own public broadcasting. We have a real problem here. It's a serious problem. It's a problem we made a promise about, and now we're not fulfilling for 15 years. It's time to fulfill the promise, do a pilot program, and hopefully it all works out. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no problem where the money comes from. You could probably get some more out of that. And I will say that there's a need. In southeast Kansas, I represent 3 counties. We've had 2 transportation systems shut down. We have people that go more than a county over for health to visit their doctor with no transportation. We have people to try to get to jobs 70 miles. So my question for the person who's carrying this is, in Sedgwick County, you have mass transit, you have Uber, we don't have it. You can't get an Uber in Baxter Springs. Why did you just pick your neighborhood to get this, or do we need a pilot? Shouldn't we just look at legislation to do something about transportation? These companies, one of the companies in southeast Kansas, I did the math, earned $1.3 million or something last year, 6,500 rides. I mean, my gosh, I could have bought everybody a car with the kind of money that they're spending. I don't think the government is the best way to solve this. I guess that's my point. And a pilot for another government program may not be the best thing to do when there are ride shares and things like that out there. I don't know whether, nobody cares if I'm going to vote for it or not, but I just don't know that another government program starting up with a pilot in an area that probably needs it less than others is the best way to go.
Additional questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your motion.
Well, I mean, I have to respond to that. I mean, the thing about the state of Kansas that maybe you're not aware of, but down in Wichita, we often get people moving there because they have individuals in their family with developmental disabilities. And so we get those individuals moving into our region. We have a high concentration of the IDD individuals and employment providers. And so, you know, this is a viable place for that operation. So that's why it was chosen. We also have known transportation gaps, and I think that it's a perfect place. We have the data infrastructure available to generate the evidence we need to decide whether this will scale statewide. I move my amendment.
Pardon me. You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We're back on the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're on the conversation of persons with IDD, unfortunately, over the last several years, I've come across families from across the state who've shared some dire constraints and holes we have in our system that protects all folks. Because if you have a dual diagnosis, somebody who has an IDD diagnosis, but also struggle with mental or behavioral health, we are finding that there are really nothing we can do for you. The state of Kansas has not targeted to help assist that population. And so I have heard story after story from families from across the state who have said that their child who has IDD ends up getting incarcerated because of a behavioral health challenge, and the jail says, wait, this individual does not belong in the jail. They need other services, so they're released. And they end up in the hospital, and the hospital has to constrain them, and they're there for weeks, days to weeks. And the hospital says, this is not where they belong. They need to go somewhere else. And so they're bouncing around. They go to Larned, maybe Osawatomie and Parsons, and they keep getting bounced around. And the problem is we don't have the solution. And so I have an amendment that I hope will maybe start that conversation and work to address this issue. And my amendment is 4029.
Amendment 4029. We'll pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Sedgwick, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and explain it.
Go ahead.
So my amendment takes $1 million from unencumbered state finance council funds and puts it into under KDAS to create an IDD mental health resource center. And there's a program called START that is an evidence-based program that 35 states already have going on in their states that help address individuals with IDD with also co-occurring mental health challenges. They really provide an alternative to a mental health inpatient admission. They assist someone after discharge from a mental health inpatient facility. They provide ongoing support to a person who lives with a family and cannot access or benefit from traditional respite or home-based respite programs. The goal really is to find folks who need stabilization and to help assist that person, the individual, the family, and the caregivers to ensure that when this individual is able to leave such housing or facility, we can better assist that individual. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for any questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick, senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question for the senator from Sedgwick is this one-time funding? How would this be continued, especially if we're talking about providing accommodations beyond just services?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, it is one-time funding. Ideally, in my mind, it was kind of be a pilot program, but I would certainly love to entertain the conversation for more. But I think if we can get this up and going and see, hopefully, the success, we already see the success in 35 other states, the legislature can continue to have this conversation.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern is that we're talking about housing, so we're talking about trying to identify a facility, places, unless we're talking about renting hotel rooms for a year. My concern would be how could this housing be provided, and then it being on a one-time or one-year basis seems to me to be a problem. Thank you.
Additional question for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, senator from Sedgwick, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my hope that, as I'm sure as many in the Senate have heard from families, the distress that families have nowhere to go. They have nowhere to go to send their loved ones who have a dual diagnosis. And I hope that this amendment starts that conversation and to assist families who are in desperate need. With that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment. I have turned it in, and it is 4024.
Amendment number 4024. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed.
I am one.
Senator from Sedgwick, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Mr. Chairman, I want to explain my amendment. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you're familiar with Power CDC, Power Community Development Corporation. And we've got 105 counties in the state, and I know we want to build up every community, city across the state of Kansas. And I think if you know me since 2008, I've been advocating for the restoration of the historic Dumbar Theater in Wichita, Kansas, Sedgwick County. Over the years, Mr. Chairman, the city of Wichita has commissioned a feasibility study. Power CDC purchased the historic theater, has done some renovation, just like what we see here in Topeka, the Jayhawk Theater. I remember going to the theater. It had a dirt floor, Mr. Chairman. You can now see yourself in that theater. We've hosted events from Kansas City, Chicago, Dallas have come and did performances there, creating economic development in my district. Mr. Chairman, in 2007, Power CDC acquired the theater, and the goal is to restore that theater to a performing arts theater, giving, right now, Mr. Chairman, we show movies there on Fridays for our youth to keep them out of trouble, give them something to do, Mr. Chairman. Stage performances, the cultural arts we just talked about. Mr. Chairman, job creation. It's in the, it's connected to Old Town in Wichita. Mr. Chairman, we have generated so much. I need to read this, Mr. Chairman. We have revitalized an entire community, connecting it to the new Carl Brewer Center, the historic McAdams neighborhood, Old Town. It's right near the KU Met Center, where right by I-35. Mr. Chairman, as I said, as long as I can remember, I think I have passed out literature of a nearly $12 million project. And I have, with this, helping the Power CDC board in Wichita, a nonprofit organization, we have done fundraisers, we have done tax credits, we have solicited funds and grants, and we have whittled that $12 million down to just needing $5 million to complete this project. Since 2008, that I had registered with the Kansas Historical Society. Recently, we hosted your historical theaters from across the state. We hosted the monthly luncheon. The historic Dumbar Theater is building communities, building our economy in the city of Wichita, building our state of Kansas up through community development products, a shoulder of job creation, and uplifting people. Mr. Chairman, the senator from Cedric that talked about people with disabilities and transportation, I understand that. And I'm just asking that $5 million go towards the completion of this historic neighborhood, the historic Dumbar Theater. Mr. Chairman, earlier in the debate, a senator moved money from the, took $16 million from mental health in schools, a pilot program, and gave $1 million to funding for special ed. And if I'm correct, Mr. Chairman, that money is still kind of sitting there in the SGF funds. And again, I don't want to elevate you too much, Senator, but Mr. Chairman, again, we want to build up the entire state of Kansas. And with the passage of this amendment, it would surely do that in a community in my district that surely needs it to help keep people connected and on the right track. We've already seen it. I think some of you in this room have been in the historic Dumbar Theater and saw a movie. The screen is high tech. The sound system is there. We're renting it out for community weddings and receptions, etc. And we want to do just a little bit more of permanent seating in a community room, Mr. Chairman. So that's what this amendment would do. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been to the historic Dumbar Theater, and I think I'm very excited what they're doing in that community, and I applaud the senator from Sedgwick for the goal on this amendment. However, despite its merit of the project, I ask that you, as chairman, rule the amendment out of order as it violates Senate rules of PAYGO.
I will ask the Rules Committee to convene to look at the amendment, see if it does indeed violate PAYGO. For a ruling from the Rules Committee, the chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a statement was made earlier during the debate that we got 15 million out of the budget and spent 1, so there was another 14 available, and that's probably what the Senator from Sedgwick referred to. However, PAYGO prohibits, once money is cut in an amendment, that money is no longer available for use. So this is in violation of PAYGO.
So the amendment is ruled in violation of PAYGO. We are back on the bill. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Valscado, do you wish to speak? All right, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have an amendment and I've turned it in. It's number 4017.
4017. We'll pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Douglas, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I would like to explain it.
You may proceed.
Thank you. $100,000 was in the budget for the Kansas Department of Health and Environment Division for trash removal from streams, but that was not spent. The department did ask for a reappropriation of that amount. My understanding is that the department was initially unable to identify a contractor, but at this time, they are interested in entering an agreement for trash removal from streams with Friends of the Caw. And so I have distributed some information. Hopefully everyone's had some time to read it during this discussion. But when the Senate committee made recommendations in the budget for the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, on a split vote, the committee recommended that this money be identified for removing trash from Kansas streams, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Douglas? Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we did hear this in committee, and the committee had voted against using this for the stream cleanup in Lawrence. They thought the city over there could handle that themselves. So that's what the committee voted. Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator from Douglas? Seeing none, senator from Douglas, you may. Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. So where is this money coming from? What has this money have been appropriated for?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This money would only be spent if the director of the budget, in consultation with the director of legislative research, could identify and certify an amount of $100,000 from any monies in the state general fund account or special revenue funds that were part of the ARPA funds that are unexpended, recouped, or otherwise have been returned to the state. And I would turn people's attention in the bill to page 303, lines 21 to 25, where it talks about money for the American Rescue Plan State Relief Fund, and it talks about expenditures in an amount of not less than $200,000 shall be made by the above agency from such fund during fiscal year 2027 to provide support for a marina located on Cheney Lake. My understanding at this point is that's not happening. If that's the case, $100,000 would be available for this trash removal.
Senator from Reno.
Thank you, Chair. It's my understanding that this money is still needed. It was put in there because we had a situation where there were promises made by the state that were reneged on and created a serious problem. And what we were doing was using interest from ARPA funds, so we didn't actually use any of the actual money. And we were trying to rectify a little bit, a small percentage of that. And in reality, the hole's still pretty big. And so I stand against this amendment because I think that needs to stay where it is.
Senator from Douglas, do you wish to respond?
I do. If that money is needed and can be spent, then that would be fine. But my understanding is at this point that expenditure may not take place. If that's the case, I believe that money should be spent. I think this is the Department of Wildlife and Parks. They are participating in many ways with Friends of the Caw, so I think that this would be an appropriate expenditure.
Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to speak in favor of this amendment. I believe this is a helpful program. There's a lot of good work that it can do, and it's a relatively modest amount in the big picture of things, but there are we've seen a lot of volunteers put in a lot of free hours and make a lot of progress, and I think this is an important step for the future of recreation and wildlife in the state, so I'll be supporting it.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll leave it to the will of the body. You know, it's another additional spend, and you know, how did it get this bad? You know, do they just throw trash in the river over in Lawrence and nobody wants to pick it up, and now they want the state to pick it up? That's a question.
Senator from Douglas. I know what a question is. Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are very lucky in Lawrence because during a repair of the dam, the river water was diverted, and Lawrence had the opportunity to do some major cleanup in the river near Lawrence. I've identified the 5 locations where this Restoring the Kansas River steel removal initiative would be spent. It's Junction City cleanup, where the Republican River meets the Smoky Hill River under the Grant Avenue Bridge. Manhattan cleanup, located about 2 miles downstream from where the Big Blue River meets the Kansas River. Wamego cleanup, located under the 99 Highway Bridge, both sides of the river and scattered over half-a-mile area. And the Topeka cleanup, located just downstream of the 75 Highway Bridge on the North Bank. None of this money would be allocated to Lawrence or to Douglas County.
Senator from Sherman. No additional questions. Additional questions for the senator from Douglas. Seeing that, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I wholly support the intention behind the Senator from Douglas amendment to remove trash from Kansas streams, I think that's a great, noble cause. I think we should do that. However, I ask that she takes this money from somewhere else because Cheney Lake, I'm going to repeat the opposition from the senator from Reno. Cheney Lake is one of the busiest lakes in our state. It's extremely busy, and it's also one of the primary sources of water for the folks in Sedgwick County and maybe even Harvey and Reno County. Just a year ago, the governor declared a drought emergency in Sedgwick, Reno, and Harvey County, in large part due to the lake. It was the worst spot in the entire state for water. A lot of people think Western Kansas is short on water, and certainly there's challenges out there, but the water crisis is real in Sedgwick County, and taking money from Cheney Lake is not the solution. So I ask that the body oppose this amendment.
Senator from Douglas, you wish to wait till you're closed to respond, or you wish to respond now?
I would like to respond to that. I'm asking if the senator from Sedgwick has read the amendment, and is there any reference in particular to Cheney Lake in this amendment?
He is standing, so we'll ask him to answer the question. Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, my understanding is it about the drought funds at Cheney? Sorry, I don't have the bill in front of me. I'm trying to pull it up. She can maybe help answer the question faster.
We'll get back to you, Senator from Sedgwick. We'll go ahead, move to the senator from Harvey, and then come back to the senator from Sedgwick for an answer. Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bottom 3 lines on page 303 and line 23, by subtracting $100,000 from the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 23 accordingly. Line 23 in the budget specifically says on that page, provided that expenditures in the amount of not less than $200,000 shall be made by the above agency from such fund during fiscal year 27 to provide support for the marina located on Cheney Lake. So there is a clear direction towards Cheney Lake. I'm questioning whether it is redundant because it appears like there are 2 funding sources on this amendment and not just one. But that second funding source does specifically address Cheney Lake. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, you good? All right. Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to point out one major difference in the senator from Sedgwick's argument talking about the differences in Cheney being an important recreation lake. Cheney Lake is first of all, federally owned and fed by the Ninnasquaw, which is not a navigable river, so therefore the bed is not state-owned. However, the Kansas River is a navigable river, and therefore the state has responsibility for the steel and other things that have been left there over the years, so there is a pretty major difference in water law with the two examples.
Additional questions for the senator from Douglas? Seeing none, the senator from Douglas, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to close by explaining that Friends of the Caw is the only nonprofit dedicated to cleaning the Kansas River. Certainly, cleaning the Kansas River is a matter of public health. Over 950,000 Kansans get their drinking water from the river. However, beyond those things, we are now seeing the present and future value in developing the Kansas River Water Trail. Designated in 2012, the River Trail has 19 access ramps that are tied to communities that steward those ramps. In the past few years, many cities have created master riverfront plans to develop through their downtown areas along the Kansas River. The communities with recent master plans include Manhattan, Topeka, and Kansas City, Kansas, with the $23 million investment of Rock Island Bridge, a first-of-its-kind venue, restaurant, and trail over the Kansas City made from an old railroad bridge. Additionally, the towns of Junction City, Ogden, St. George, Wamego, Eudora, DeSoto, and Edwardsville are all discussing future riverfront plans. So the Friends of the Caw outlined their project, and it's removing decades-old steel from the Kansas River. Much of this steel is the result of old bridges dropped into the Kansas River and old steel and construction material dumped. And I identified those 5 locations. I think this is an important thing to do. I'm sorry that it wasn't done in the Ways and Means Committee, but this is a reasonable amount of money to ask for protecting our rivers and for economic development. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion appears to fail. Division has been requested. All in favor, please stand. Thank you. You may be seated. All opposed, please stand. You may be seated. Thank you. On a vote of 18-18, the motion fails. We are back on Senate substitute for Senate Bill 315. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment, and I have turned it in.
And the amendment number?
3976.
3976. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I can explain it, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would take $2.5 million from the legislature's operating budget, and it would go towards eliminating the copay for the 34,000 kids that are currently on reduced price lunch. In looking at the legislature's operating budget, I think this is the right place to take the funds from, because we've been carrying forward over a number of fiscal years a significant amount of money. We've actually carried over at least $3 million in every fiscal year since 2020, and in most of those years, we've carried over between $5 million and $8 million. So this is really just taking those funds from a part of the budget where we're already year over year carrying over a significant amount of funds. And this is really a tangible way that we can keep more money in the pockets of working families, reduce the stress and burden from those families, and make sure that our kids are getting the meals that they need.
So with that, you will stand for questions?
With that, I'd be glad to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none. Senator from Johnson, you may move your amendment.
I would move my amendment, Mr. Chair.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion appears to... Roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll. Experiencing a little technical difficulties. We'll give just a moment for that to be worked out.
Alley, Argabright, Bellinger, Lazy, Blue, Bowers, Bowser, Clays, Clifford, Corson, Dietrich, Erickson, Fag, Fauskado, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hill, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Miller, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Warren.
Every member having voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Preliminary vote count, please.
12 yes, 26 no. 28, I'm sorry, 28 no. He changes the vote. Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Could the senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, please repeat your vote? Thank you, Senator. On a vote count of 12 yes, 28 no, the motion fails. The amendment fails. We are back on the bill. The chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment, and I've turned it in, and the number is 4006.
4006. Yep. We shall pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Butler, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will explain it, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed.
Thank you. If you look on page 20 towards the bottom, you'll see what we're talking about here, but we're talking about frail, elderly, and physical disability waiver amendment. And what's happening here, this has to do with in-home services. And in the spirit of trying to create a rate parity between in-home services and the PD and the FE waivers, the idea was that we would move the frail elderly down to 30, and we would increase the physical disability to 29. So the reason for doing this, like I say, is trying to, the parity part of it. Somebody come to me over the weekend, had done their homework on the House side that really knows this stuff. He says there's some meat on the bones in this one area, but we needed to also take care of the physical disability part of that too. So what happens with this, the net effect of this would save us about $3 million. So with that, I stand for question.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just, and I appreciate this, but I'm trying to figure out where the money's coming from.
Senator from Butler.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear the question.
I'm sorry.
Senator,
I'm trying to figure out exactly where
Wait to be recognized, please. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. You are recognized now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to figure out exactly where the funding is coming from.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Part of it is coming from the physical disability. It's the combination of the two. The real money's coming from the frail to elderly that's going down to $30.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So you're reducing the funding for the frail and elderly, and I think I must have misunderstood you when I was listening to you. You're not adding to the frail and elderly, you're taking from the frail and elderly?
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's my understanding that that rate right now is around $33, and that'd take it down to $30. So that's that part of it.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Okay, so we're reducing the funding for the frail and elderly. I thought it was at 31, but okay, it's to $30. And then where is that? And then are you taking from someplace else?
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, when you move to the other side, the physical disability is setting at 23, and we're moving it to 29.
Senator from Wyandotte.
You're moving the physical disability from 23 to 29?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite realize there was a waiver for that.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the reimbursement rate.
Senator from Wyandotte.
The reimbursement rate for physical disability?
Senator from Butler.
Mr. Chairman, could I hear the question again?
Senator from Wyandotte.
The reimbursement rate for physical disability?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Butler.
Okay. Actually, it's 23 moving to 29.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And is that, thank you, are there any other changes here?
Senator from Butler.
No.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So you've taken funding from the frail and elderly. You've lowered that 30, I think you said 33 to 30, and you've raised the waiver for the PD from 23 to 29.
Senator from Butler.
Yes.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And is that all?
Senator from Butler.
Yes.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you.
Additional questions for the Senator from Butler. Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sherman. Okay, Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I apologize. Before I could be in favor of this amendment, there's a lot, I have so many questions to know, because when we say reimbursement rate, there are like 14,000 codes. I'm like, for a caregiver, if I could ask that question, Mr. Chair?
Senator from Butler.
We need to hear the question again, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
Is this the hourly rate for the caregiver? When we're saying reimbursement rate, could you please clarify what we're talking about? Not a particular medical code, but what reimbursement for what?
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is for the in-home services caregiver.
Senator from Johnson.
So this is an hourly rate?
Senator from Butler.
Yes.
Senator from Johnson.
So we are raising one caregiver's hourly rate, but lowering another caregiver who's been receiving a higher hourly rate. We're reducing their hourly rate.
Senator from Butler.
Yes.
Senator from Johnson.
I just feel like I would have to have a lot more information before I could support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Butler. Did you wish to address that? If not, we'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that this isn't my area, but I had a good conversation over the weekend with somebody in the House that does do this. And because their budget was already out, he had found this, and this was what was going on. Thought this would be a good thing to go to conference with.
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was an amendment read in and handed out? Did I doze off during that part of this conversation?
Yes, you did.
Very good, thank
The
you.
amendment was distributed.
Okay, very good. I apologize, I missed it.
Additional questions or anyone else? Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask, what does it do when we move an existing rate of $31 an hour to $30 an hour? How does that help the situation, and what does that do to our frail and elderly?
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the calculations that were made on that, it's basically, is that the 3.6 million? Yeah. It would be about the same as the position now.
Senator from Sherman.
Well, I'm a little confused. I might ask the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Owens, if he did this budget, if he has any input for us that maybe could help.
Well, we're not going to have a senator from Sedgwick, Senator Owens, but we might find a Senator Owens from another county if he's willing to stand for questions. Senator from Harvey, are you willing to stand for questions? Apparently
Senator
so, he is
Harvey
standing.
is-
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Senator from Harvey is certainly willing to stand for questions once he reads the amendment that I didn't even know had been passed out. So bear with me for just 1 second because I'm still trying to understand exactly what's going on here, where the numbers are coming from, and what that looks like.
So Senator from Sherman, he does not have an immediate answer. Senator from Butler, do you have an answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say just remember two things. One, that we're trying to create rate parity between in-home services, between the PD and the FE waivers. And when you calculate the numbers, there was around $3 million savings.
Senator from Sherman? Do you have additional questions?
I do not.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so I just heard another piece of information, and that would be that you're saying with this change of lowering the in-home service for frail and elderly from 31 to 30, and raising the physical disabilities from 23 to 29. So the point is that you're trying to get them to be about the same. And now you're saying there's a $3 million savings with this change. Is that what I heard?
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, from the figures that he had done over the weekend, and we've confirmed that here today.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I do I mean, there has been discussion about it, wanting to have more parity between in-home services. I mean, I don't know that we've really had that extensive conversation in our work on the Senate side, but I would think it might be difficult to go down when on our frail and elderly, and there is, this is one way to be able to help them stay in their homes without going into a nursing home, which increases the cost, the overall cost. So I'm not sure where I'm at on this, but I understand the parity issue. I'm not supportive of that, reducing the in-home care for the frail and elderly from 31 to 30.
Senator from Harvey, do you have an answer to the previous question? Senator from Harvey.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that leave and allowing me to dig into this a little bit more. So when we look at page 149, line 30, we're talking about the CanCare caseloads. You will see on line 36 where we currently pay $31 per hour for services on the frail and elderly waiver. However, you will also see on line 42, we only pay $23 an hour for the PD waiver. So the attempt here is to reduce $1 from the frail and elderly payment and then increase the $23 by $6 to $29. So that would create a parity where if this amendment were to pass, your frail and elderly waiver payment would be $30 an hour, and your physical disabled waiver hourly rate would be $29 an hour. Hopefully I explained that clearly. So we're creating more parity between those two hourly rates with this amendment. Where the savings may come in, and I don't have that data in front of me, but I will trust the senator from Butler, is there very easily could be more money spent on one waiver than the other. So by decreasing in one area where there could be, say, 1,000 workers and increasing in an area where there's only 500 workers, there could be savings in that situation. So just the context.
Thank you, Senator from Harvey. Additional questions for the senator from Butler? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
In considering this more and the fact of that we have had multiple discussions in Bob Bethel about, and Medicaid oversight, of trying to have some parity in those two so that, because the services that are provided are very similar on both sides. And I appreciate what the carrier of the amendment said about having it be approved and then talk about it more in the discussion in conference committee. Under those circumstances, I would be supportive of the bill, of the amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support. I know the good senator's done some research on this, and he's just trying to make a fair and level playing field. We shouldn't be having two different charges, whether you're in your home or whether you're in assisted living. So I appreciate the work. Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator from Butler, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You have heard. I did not see the senator from Wyandotte standing, but I will go ahead and back up. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I know this light and I often collide, so I appreciate that. My final question is when you mentioned about the $3 million savings, so are we looking at that as that must be federal dollars, not SGF? Can the senator tell me whether it is?
Senator from Butler.
That's correct.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So we're looking at reduced federal dollars coming in because of the reduction of the money that's going for frail and elderly?
Senator from Butler.
Question again, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I'm sorry, did he ask me to ask it again?
Yes.
Okay. So we're looking at this reduction, this $5 million, $3 million of being because of a reduction of federal dollars that would be coming in because of the change in the frail and elderly rate. Would this be correct?
Senator from Butler.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Okay, thank you. So is it so how much, so what is actually SGF? Because if I look at the shorthand page, we included 3.2 million SGF. You're saying that there's a savings of 3 million. That would mean that now there's no SGF. I mean, there'll just be there'd be $200,000 SGF. So I'm trying to decide. I'm trying to figure if we're talking about federal dollars or we're talking about state dollars.
Senator from Butler.
Mr. Chairman, you're changing on how you would distribute the money.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I'm sorry, that's not an answer. Is this a savings of federal dollars or state dollars?
Senator from Butler. Senator from Butler, do you have an answer for the lady from Wyandotte?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's have a question here.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think it's been clarified. I think the point, as the senator was making, is that this is working towards parity, but in fact, there actually is no savings in state dollars. It's savings in federal, but it is moving towards parity between the frail and elderly reimbursement rate, and this is services that are in their homes, and the physical disabilities rate. Thank you for providing the information.
Additional question for the senator from Butler. Seeing none, Senator from Butler, you may move your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I close.
You move your amendment?
I move my amendment.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on Senate substitute for Senate Bill 315. Are there further questions for the senator from Sherman? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do have an amendment. It is 3972.
Amendment 3972. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Wyandotte, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be glad to explain it. And actually, the previous amendment probably is a good lead into this one because we've had quite a bit of discussion this evening about human services. And one of those, I think one of the waivers that we have not really talked much about is community support waiver. And as different amendments have been brought up in this bill, often they could be addressed under the community support waiver, which is definitely shows that we've made investments in the state in developing that for, or asking KDADs to develop that waiver. They started the work on this in 2023, and they spent about $7.1 million, some of that which was SGF and some of that which was ARPA funds. And it's involved stakeholders, engaged work groups, and research, and coming into compliance with corrective action plans and developing the waiver itself. And this investment, and I'm bringing forth that investment because I think it's important to realize when we do this, we're moving towards, this is a waiver that can help up to 500 people, and it helps to keep them off of the IDD waiver. Because they would, or that they would have, they are individuals with IDDs who do not need day or residential service. So we have, as a body in the past few years, made a decision that we wanted to have this community support waiver, that it would help to relieve that load of on the wait list for IDD. And yet this year, we're not putting anything into that. The community support waiver offers services for transportation. Of course, we talked earlier about an amendment dealing with transportation, supported employment, individually directed goods and services, personal care, respite therapy, assistive technology, independent living, family or caregiver support and training, financial management, services, and support brokers and benefits counseling. So this is a waiver that helps IDD clients to be more independent and to be able to function without needing day and residential services. I think it's important that we've made this commitment, and we should continue to move forward on supporting the IDD waiver. This amendment would put that funding that we, at this time, we do not have, of the sum of $3,597,000 back into our budget.
Questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't disagree the importance of funding the new waiver that we have set up. However, as I'm understanding, and maybe I could get some clarification, this appears to take that 3.5 or 3.6 million from the state general fund in the state employee pay increase account. So we're taking money from the state employee pay increases to pay for the waiver.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that question. This is actually employee funds that were not expended last year, and it does not take anything away from the current year.
Senator from Harvey.
So I know as we look at every one of the individual budgets, we're constantly looking for funds where we have paid for employees and then actually not filled the positions. So were these unfilled positions? Or was this money that was requested for pay increases, that pay increases were not paid out to state employees?
Senator from Wyandotte.
This is the $40 million that was approved for pay increases. It did not cost $40 million for the pay increases, and so this is what was left. This is what was left over from those pay increases that were not expended.
Senator from Harvey.
Okay, that's really good to hear and understand. So these are reappropriated dollars, as I understand it, from last year's budget. Is that correct?
Senator from Wyandotte.
They are not reappropriated. They were reappropriated for this current year.
Senator from Harvey.
I didn't say that quite right. They're not reappropriated.
Senator
They
from
were
Harvey
appropriated
has
for
the
this
floor.
current year.
If I could get clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Wyandotte. Senator Wyandotte, you have the floor.
Thank you. They were not they are not reappropriated dollars. They were appropriated for this year.
Senator from Harvey.
Okay, as I understand, these were pay increases. We put this in the 26 budget. We're talking about taking these pay increases out of the 26 budget to be utilized for this purpose. So is this appropriating, we're taking money out of the 26 budget, and is this then appropriating it for the 27 budget? Or is it in the same budget year that we're going to try to spend this $3.6 million?
Senator from Wyandotte.
These are dollars that would be used in 27.
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few other questions. What I can speak to is simply this. If these are available funds, then funding the community services waiver is a great cause. We had increases in various waivers. We went back into our committee and actually trimmed those down further. And so I think that this is a good cause. I can't argue against funding the home and community-based services waiver. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes the senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are dollars that was put in for pay raises, and the plan was to use these for pay raises this year. So that's your choice. You know, we were talking earlier in caucus about how many dollars, and I said, well, we're going to wait and see what we have left. We purposely did not touch these funds. We knew about them for a long time here. We didn't touch them because we wanted to use them for the pay raises. So I'll leave it to the will of the committee, and I guess anytime we're helping the IDD community, that's a good deal. So thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just remind the Senate that this $3.5 million sitting in the State Finance Council were idle funds, unencumbered funds that I took $1 million from earlier in the night for our folks with IDD and a behavioral health diagnosis. So really, there's only about $2.5 million left, but I know how amendments are written. You can't really, it's hard to judge based on how amendments are written. Money's not being there anymore. So the conference committee will have to figure that out. But I guess my question for the carry of the amendment is, these funds are just going to CanCare caseloads, not specifically any specific waiver. Is that correct? I mean, it's just, there's no specific waiver that these funds are going to, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Wyandotte.
No, we have a community support waiver. I mean, yes, we have a community support waiver. It's been under development, and this would go specifically for the community support waiver.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was looking at the budget bill earlier, it just said about CanCare non-encumbered or non-caseload account. I guess I'm trying to understand why it's going to that specific account. It's not going to a specific waiver.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, all of the funds go into that account, and then they are distributed to the specific waiver. So that would be true for the brain injury waiver, for the frail elderly waiver, for the technology assistant waiver. They all come out of the same fund, but it's distributed according to the budget.
Senator from Sedgwick. Oh, Senator from Johnson, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do
Gossage.
have a couple of questions. One question is, has the federal government approved the community support waiver?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Public comment just did close. I think I mentioned that earlier about the public comment. It just did close, and it's been sent to the federals, to the federal government.
Senator from Johnson.
So the federal government has not yet approved the waiver. We've been waiting on this waiver now for some 3-4 years. And so I think to the mention, even though now we're hearing about these funds are going to be used for other waivers, the community support waiver has not been approved, and we have no idea what additional funds, if any, that we may need to put into this waiver, because we found in Missouri when they passed their waiver, it saved money for the state instead of costing the state money, and they were able to put take more people off the waiting list for that waiver. So I would not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Additional questions for the Senator from Wyandotte.
I'd like to respond, sir.
You are recognized to move on your amendment and close.
So the question was asked about the waivers. All of the funding goes into the fund, and then is distributed as it is presented by by KDADS of where those funds will be going. As I mentioned earlier, we have this body. We started working on, and as senators who have spoken understand very well, we started working on this in 2023. That has, of course, taken dollars. It's $7.1 million has been spent to help develop this waivers for having consultants. Some of that was SGF money, some of that was ARPA money. There's been stakeholders have been involved. There have been work groups, research. There have been now, as you just heard, it's finished up public comment, which gone on to the federal government for approval. These waivers are not approved overnight. And so, but at the same time, the point of having it is that it is to reduce that, the number of IDD clients who would be on the waiting list. It can, the amount of funding, the 3.5, helps to bring down federal dollars, which can serve up to 500 individuals in 2027. And as I mentioned earlier, the services that could be provided for them, but it would also, these are then clients who would not be on the waiting list, and they would not need day or residential services, because the community support waiver would help them to remain in their homes, since they would be getting according to their needs. And also the waiver does stipulate the maximum amount of money that can be spent on a person during that year, but it would help to, just as was mentioned earlier about transportation, it would help to offer services for transportation, supported employment, and if you need, in order to be employed, you have to have transportation, individually directed individually directed goods and services, personal care within their home, respite or therapy. So these are services that can be provided through this community support waiver to keep these individuals off of the waiting list and also out of out of our facilities. So we're saving money, and that's why we as a body started in 23 and directed or approved for KDADs to move forward with this waiver. I think we want to be penny wise. If we've already invested funds, why would we then not want to see this move forward? And also, it does help to pull down those federal dollars that then help these clients, and it reduces, which this body has been very interested in doing, reduces those on the IDD waiting list. So with that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to fail. Motion does fail. We are back on Senate Bill 315. Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment, and it's 4034.
Amendment 4034. We'll pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Lynn, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
You know, Mr. Chairman, after the last kerfuffle, I think I'll have it read. No, I'm kidding. This is the one that is just establishing the property tax relief fund. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's no money to it, no movement, anything.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Lynn, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Sherman. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I have an amendment, and it is 3988.
Amendment number 3988. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will be happy to explain it.
You may proceed.
So, Mr. Chair, the clock is ticking. We're getting closer to July 1st of 2027, and we no longer have, and at that point, we will no longer have a school funding formula because it expires on July 1st. So this is a proviso just extending the current formula by 1 year. And the intent of the task force that we put together through legislation was that they were to meet and make a recommendation and come back to the legislature this January so that our school districts had time to prepare, because we know they are currently having discussions. They start in February of the year prior to making contracts, trying to figure out how many teachers that they have. There was a bill introduced that did not get a hearing, and it died at turnaround. It was not one of those zombie bills that miraculously came back to life a few days after turnaround. So this is just asking for some certainty, and so that our school districts are able to implement. If the legislature comes back next year and we pass something early, that would go into law and it would change this. But in case we cannot get our job done by next February when they're talking contracts, this is just giving some certainty so that our school districts can prepare. With that, I would happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the senator from Johnson referenced the school funding task force. That task force has been meeting for over a year, working on the new formula. Everyone is very well aware of the deadline of July 1st of 2027. On that task force, we have members from the State Department of Education, superintendents, stakeholders from all over the state who are very well informed of where the task force is, the progress of the task force, where we are, what we're studying, and they will be very well informed and able to implement these changes. Therefore, I stand in opposition to this amendment and encourage the body to do likewise. Thank you.
Additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close and move on your amendment.
So I appreciate those comments, but the task force has not been meeting since September, and the chair of the task force, actually her intention was that we were going to have something that she was bringing to the legislature in January. So again, promises that are not kept, and again, we need our school districts to be able to plan accordingly. I don't know about you, but I know what the money that's coming into my household, and I plan accordingly. I know when I have large payments, and so we need to be able to plan in our own budgets, but so does our school districts. So with that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to fail. Motion does fail. We are back on the bill. Are there questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none. Oh, there is one. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping that in government efficiency we could find some more waste, fraud, and abuse than we found in the last this session and last session. I'm disappointed in the body that we can support property tax cuts for private jets and not for regular people. And I have an amendment to save some money for the state and for the State Board of Regents. It is 3999.
Amendment 3999. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll explain it, Mr. Chair. This is about almost $250,000 a year at Wichita State University that we could be saving. And I think, yeah, it would save us some money. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I would ask, how are we going to save some money here?
Did he ask a question? Okay, Senator from Shawnee. I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I heard from the Senator from Sherman, the question is how are we going to save some money? I'm concerned that this position isn't actually being filled right now. The money is being spent, though, from Wichita State. And by eliminating the position, we could save that money for the university.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know that this does much. Can he tell us how many dollars we're talking?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's almost $250,000 right now.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you. Has this position ever been filled?
I believe it's been filled for...
Senator from Shawnee.
Apologize, Mr. Chair. I believe it's been filled for the last 15 years or more.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I would oppose this. I don't know why we would be telling Wichita State who they can hire and who they cannot hire. So thank you.
The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
So for everybody that hasn't gotten the joke yet, I am the director of Go Create when we're not in session. Job I've held for 10 years as of February. A couple things that are some of the silliness we do. That money's not being spent right now. Because for those that don't know how it works, when I come to the legislature, I go to zero pay, zero benefit.
Senator, please address the chair.
I'm going to address, I'll address you. I may not look at you, but I'll address you. So it's I mean, here's the joke, right? This is meant to go right at me. That money, and actually that number's not even accurate, but we don't need to go there. This is just 100% a political game. This is the stuff I hate about politics. I hope you guys do too. I'm not going after anybody else. So that's just what it is. It's a game. So for those that don't get the joke, Go Create is a shop. By the way, super proud of it. I would like anyone, when we're out of session and I'm back at work there, I'd love for you to come tour it. Because we're taking non-traditional kids that don't see themselves in a university, and bringing the creativity out of them. And for those that don't know what it is, I have water jets and sewing machines and table saws and 3D printers and things that draw creativeness out of the kids. Actually, it's more fun than what we're doing right now. And I can tell you what, some of my greatest stories out of there, and this is over time. Again, we stood it up 10 years ago. I had a young mom come in that was a para, making about $600 a month. And she had real talent in engraving. And she started on my engraving machine, and she was making engraving mugs, selling them on Etsy. She got big enough to do that. She got into the right vein. She was then asked to etch a rocking chair for a country music singer. I'm not a country music, I didn't know who it was. But she then started engraving guitars. And thanks for this, and was able to hire her sister. This was someone who had never been to college, had no access, and would never have access to this kind of equipment, except here. The other thing I would also add, Go Create is funded by philanthropy. This is not state dollars. So no matter what you do there, you're not saving the state coffers a dime. All you'd be doing is trying to damage something that's going really good down at Wichita State. So I'd love us to kind of dispense with the foolishness and keep moving on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Shawnee, you wish to address?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That all sounds great. It sounds like we don't need to be spending $250,000 a year on the position then. And with that, I move the amendment.
We're going to see if there are any additional questions. Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'll just tell you, we've been here several hours this afternoon, and I'm just disappointed when we think we're going to play games in this chamber, and that's all this was. And I'm very disappointed. I feel like the senator's a nobody. So if he wants to continue to be a nobody, go for it. Thank you.
We need to show some respect in the chamber. Senator from Lyons, Senator Argalbright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have visited the program, and I don't think this conversation is appropriate. Thank you.
Additional questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator from Shawnee, you may close and move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the amendment.
You have heard the motion to move the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Roll call has been requested. Seeing sufficient hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Argabright, Billinger, Blazy, Blue, Bowers, Bowser, Clays, Clifford, Corson, Dietrich, Erickson, Bag, Vascadeau, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hill, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Miller, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Warren.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? We do have a member that we're looking for. And Senator from Sedgwick, do you have a report on the senator?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, he is walking up the stairs as we speak.
While we're waiting, are there changes of vote? Explanation of vote? We'll hold the roll for just a moment for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Lynn, explanation of vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're waiting, 8 more hours to go to beat your record.
That's why we're hoping we would do today, for certain. Senator from Johnson, your vote? Every member having had the opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to explain their vote? Any changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will record the vote. One having voted in favor, 37 against, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You'll probably be pleased to know I do not have an amendment at this time, but a few comments. I simply want to say that I believe that this body did a very good job of asking for transparency when we debated Senate Bill 360 to better understand the expenditures made by pharmacy benefit managers. I don't think we have given that same work to try to understand Medicaid expenditures. I did substitute during one meeting for the Bob Bethel Committee, and I heard comments from the Ombudsman that there are concerns about how we reimburse Medicaid nursing home facilities, that in fact we may have a facility manager that rents property from an LLC that's owned by the same home office. And in fact, I'm not sure we really understand. That's a big part of our budget. And somehow, in the process that we've been using this year and last year, I think we've lost some time and some digging to really understand what we're doing in our budget. Certainly, there's been a lot of work done on the budget, and we've added that today, but the budget process for the legislature began during interim meetings last August. After the work during the interim, I am asking for the senator from Sherman, can he describe the motion that was made to establish the budget that we started with at the first of the session?
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We started with a base budget, didn't have any enhancements in it. The reappropriations, all the unfunded FTEs, and those funds were all removed.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was that motion different from the motion that was made when we established the budget in the previous year? And if so, how?
Senator from Sherman.
I don't think it was any different. I think the last 2 years we've started with more of a base budget. We haven't used the governor's budget in a couple years.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that legislators were paid for the meeting days to talk about the budget, that we came up with the same motion at the end of that process. They were paid for meetings in August, November, December, and January. Do we know how much was spent on those meetings for legislative pay and travel?
Senator from Sherman.
I do not have that number.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because I think this is part of our budget, so I'm happy to share it with the body. It was $71,664.80. I'm concerned that that's a significant amount of money to pay to end up with the same motion and the same starting place on the budget. I do hope that we can figure out a way to work on our budget where we're not just talking about should we make reappropriations, what encumbrances have been made, but actually try to do a better job of understanding how we're spending taxpayer money. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make some comments. I have had the pleasure of being the minority ranking on Ways and Means. And I want to start off by thanking the chair of Ways and Means for, one, being fair in our meetings and recognition of all of the members to provide their input. Also, I want to thank him for moving back to subcommittees for more input into the budget process. Unfortunately, the time that the subcommittees had was, I know from hearing from many other legislators, was not enough, especially not just in our Ways and Means Committee as well, but as you know, everyone had probably a part, at least in one committee or another, and some committees had multiple bills, which made it very difficult at the pace we were moving at. I may be wrong, but I believe that this is probably well, it is after turnaround, but we actually had our budget finished before turnaround, and to my knowledge, this is the first time in my time in the legislature that we did that, which made the process move even more quickly. This budget, unfortunately, started from a place that set almost all agencies at a loss by removing all reappropriations and enhancements. This is starting at a deficit for agencies when in many cases the dollars were committed. It also, I think, is an unfair place to start, particularly when we talk about reappropriations, when those dollars are approved and then our agencies have to expend them before we actually start back working on the budget in August, which makes it pretty difficult. There are some areas that are missing, are not funded in this budget, and I want to bring them to the body's attention. One, which has been mentioned more than once, is that the state employee pay, we're talking about 38,417 FTEs that have no pay increase. There are 42,000 that do have pay increases within this budget, but we have almost half of our state employees that do not. I think that's a travesty to those employees and to talking, as one senator said earlier, about the work that our different departments do, of respect for what they're doing for us and for the citizens of Kansas. There's no funding in this bill to reduce the SNAP payment error rate that can keep us from losing $40 million a year. There was a request from DCF for a little over, for about $4.4 million over a 2-year period that would address that error rate. And we know that this is part of the One Big Beautiful Bill that was passed in Congress. And as we worked this budget today, and the comments about making the best use of our dollars, it would seem that we would want to make sure that we are protecting those federal dollars that are coming to our state. And if we, if that commitment to improvement in technology for DCF would help with that error rate, it seems short-sighted to not fund that. Another area is contract nursing. We only have $12 million in there. I heard in our committee, Ways and Means, as we were working it, how they need to look for ways to keep employees, which I believe that both Larned and Osawatomie have used a lot of different tactics to do that. But we will be doing a budget adjustment because $12 million will not. We have spent over $30 million for the last few years, and we will again because those positions have to be filled. The special ed funding that's been addressed several times today, we only have $5 million in our budget, and we know that all of our school districts are funding their students' special ed needs out of the general fund or the LOB. So again, that will be an issue that will continue to be there. And it is concerning to me when we continue to talk about how much money we're spending on public education, because that we are constitutionally mandated to fund our public schools. And over 90% of the children in Kansas go to public schools. We should want them to be the best that they can be. An item that was, an amendment was offered for that did not go on was reducing the price of meals, that $2.5 million. That funding would have covered the cost of all reduced price meals and taken in this last school year. So that would have made that for 34,400 Kansas students would have access to free meals. Of course, I brought up the community support waiver. Again, another item that we have committed to, and yet we're not supporting. And the last thing I'm going to mention is the South Central Regional Mental Hospital. Of course, we have funding in there, but as the chairman of Ways and Means said, hey, we're not funding it at the full amount that they need to open because they probably won't open on time. Well, guess what? If we don't fund them, they will not open on time. And that seems so short-sighted when we have made a large financial commitment to having that hospital open. And that South Central Regional Mental Hospital is one way to also address some of the needs that we have at Larned as well, that may help to relieve the load there. So if we fund it, they'll open on time. If we don't, they won't. So we are predicting the future for sure by not doing that. I think we can, I think we can do better, but I have appreciated the opportunity to be on the Ways and Means Committee, and I thank the chair for that opportunity.
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just take a moment, first of all, to thank leadership for the way that we did do the budget this year. While I realized we could have spent a lot more time in the interim diving into the budgets, the reality is we have agencies that come to us that present the information in very little time by the time we got there. However, it is certainly worth noting that because we did the budget the way that we did, by eliminating reappropriations and enhancements at the very beginning, that was over $200 million in reappropriations that were put back into the SGF that, had we started with a governor's budget, would likely not have gotten there. The fact that we did take the time, even in a compressed schedule, to go to subcommittees, to spend the time diving into each budget, spending, I can't tell you how many hours, early morning, late in the evening, over the lunch hour, ensuring that we did the budget the right way. The reality is the 2027 budget is $400 million above the actual 2025. Pulling it right off this sheet of paper. We know that $230 million of that for 27 is K-12 and human services caseload, which is out of our control. 26, I bet you the number was similar. And so when you look at this budget overall, we are below the governor's recommended budget. We are below the House's budget. I think that we are in a great place going to conference. Now, to be clear, this budget isn't perfect. Now, this budget arguably isn't even great, but this budget is good. The process was good, and I urge your support of this budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none, senator from Sherman, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the good senator from Harvey for his comments, and the good senator from Wyandotte. I appreciate both of them. As been said in the past, you know, every budget is tough, and everybody wants something, and hopefully we got something in this budget for everyone. But if, if we didn't, you know, it's the way the process works. I want to start out by thanking the revisers and the research department. These folks, I tell you what a tremendous folks they are. Senator Owens mentioned early in the morning, over lunch, in the evening. These folks were here all that time, and sometimes they were here all night. So I really wanted to thank them. I do want to thank the members of the Ways and Means Committee. I say this every year. I've got the best committee, the best people in the building, and thank you for doing that. Again, I want to thank the chairs of all the different committees in this building. I think almost every one of them did a budget or two for us, and their whole committee got to see it. So hopefully more folks got to have a little input into this budget, which I appreciate, and I really appreciate all their help and their work. I would also like to thank my staff, my chief of staff, Nancy, and my office assistant, Donna. They put in a lot of extra time too, and they had to have all those copies for all the meetings, and they're just wonderful people, and I would like to thank them. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill Sub 315 as amended favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Blasey, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Peck in the chair. Recommended, Senate Bill 315 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill, be amended on motion of Senators Billinger, Gossage, Tyson, Murphy, Erickson, Schallenberger, Peck, Owens, Clays, Blasey, and Fagg, and the substitute bill be passed as amended.
Chair recognizes Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move adoption of the committee report.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 524 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning public monies. Senate Bill 525 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning immigration.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 524 and 525. Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bill 348. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on House sub for sub Senate Bill 197 and has appointed Representatives Tarwater, Ward, and Sawyer Clayton as conferees on the part of the House.
This report of standing committees. Clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2557 be passed. Mr. President, the Joint Committee on State-Tribal Relations introduces Senate Resolution number 1728, a resolution approving the gaming compact between the Wyandotte Nation and the state of Kansas, and recommends adoption of the resolution. Senate Resolution 1728 by Joint Committee on State-Tribal Relations, a resolution approving the gaming compact between the Wyandotte Nation and the state of Kansas. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends Senate Bill 502 be passed. Because the committee is of the opinion that the bill is of a non-controversial nature, be placed on the consent calendar. Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends House Bill 2507 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Local Government, Transparency and Ethics recommends House Bill 2433 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2479 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2422 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2653 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2413 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
This time, I'm withdrawing Senate Bill 302 from the Committee on Ways and Means and re-referring it to the Committee on Education. Withdrawing House Bill 2357 from the Committee on Judiciary and re-referring it to the Committee on Commerce. Are there announcements? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting Thursday, March 5th at 3:30 p.m. So we will be meeting at our usual time, Thursday, March 5th at 10:30, and also at 3:30 on March 5th in room 144 South, and we will be hearing two bills, Senate Bill 523 and Senate Bill 454. So please have your testimony turned in by Wednesday, March 4th at 3 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Select Committee on Veterans Affairs will have a meeting on Thursday at noon in room 144 South. We'll hear three bills and lunch is provided. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Republicans were scheduled to caucus upon adjournment, but I think we've had enough fun for one day. So we will caucus tomorrow at 1 o'clock in our usual room. I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats have also decided to caucus tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. A few quick announcements. The Senate is going to also do general orders on Thursday, so I just want to flag that for everyone's schedules. The Senate Republicans will be working on Thursday, and there'll be some bigger bills, so we might be here not as late as tonight, but just because of the condensed calendar, trying to keep things moving with the House, we have to work Thursday. But we're not working Friday, so hopefully that makes everybody a little happier. Tomorrow, the Senate will take up three bills on general orders: House Concurrent Resolution 5022, Senate Bill 439, and Senate Bill 497. With that, Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate adjourn until 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We are adjourned.